Okay, Chair, we're now live on YouTube. When you're ready, would you like to start the meeting?
Very much, Wendy. Good morning and welcome to East Devon District Council's Virtual Strategic Planning Committee on the 14th of December 2021. I'm your Chair, Councillor Dan Ledger. Based on the decisions at our council meeting on the 8th of December, I would like to remind both members and public attending or watching that the council has delegated much of its decision taking to our senior officers. This is for a period of time to the 11th of May 2022 and is due to concerns relating to COVID risk. Consequently, this meeting is being held remotely and on a consultative basis only. We will continue to adhere as closely as possible to the procedural rules detailed in our constitution. However, where this meeting would normally decided a matter, it will now make a recommendation to a senior officer. The officer will take that recommendation into account when making their decision. The meeting can be viewed online and will be recorded. Please bear with us please bear this in mind throughout the meeting. Therefore, may I remind colleagues to be careful with their language and that the code of conduct applies throughout the meeting. We reserve the right to remove and disconnect any participant disrupting the meeting by whatever means. As this meeting is dependent on an internet connection and a power supply, in the event of a break in the internet connection or a power cut, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. If we are unable to connect after 15 minutes, the meeting will be adjourned and reconvened at a later date. Please check our committee pages for further details. Colleagues, please ensure your microphones are muted when you are not speaking. This will avoid any disturbance from background noise. Could you keep your points short and not interrupt when someone else is speaking? I think that's key today. Can we keep the points as short as possible? And all members, I will only be calling you once for each chapter. Should anyone wish to comment, please raise your electronic hand and wait to be called. All councillors have been sent the agenda for today. Any members of the public can view the agenda on our website, eastdevon.gov.uk. We'll now start the meeting by doing a roll call of committee members here present. Can you now please unmute your microphone when you hear your name? Please confirm by saying present. When you confirmed you're present, please mute yourself again. Thank you very much, and over to you, Wendy.
Thank you. So I'll start with you, Chair. Councillor Ledger.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Councillor Davey.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Yes, I'm here, Wendy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Blakey.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bonetta. Councillor Chamberlain. Councillor Hayward.
Sorry, Councillor Chamberlain is off sick.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Present for now, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ingham.
Present.
Councillor Moulding.
Present.
Councillor Pratt.
Present. Thank you.
Councillor Rylance.
Present, thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Skinner.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. I can confirm the meeting is correct to take, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Wendy. Agenda item 1 is public speaking. Now we have 4 members of the public wishing to speak, as well as 2 councillors wishing to make representations. As Councillor Howe is having to leave early, Councillor Howe, can I call on you to speak first, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm sorry about this committee, and thank you for your indulgence. It's really just to reiterate the view from local people and particularly parish councils in my ward regarding, in particular, the new town proposed as part of this document. They are very frightened and concerned, I suppose, is the best way I can put it. And I can't think of another way of doing it at all. They are exactly looking at the highways implications, the infrastructure implications, and also the fact we've got a new town already, Cranbrook, in the last 20 odd years. Are we really here proposing another new town every 20 years or so? Because East Devon is going to fill up very quickly if we do. I'm not having a go at the officers. The officers have done what they are set out to do and have to do, but they need this committee's guidance and instructions on how to achieve it. Exeter, on the other hand, has achieved a very different way of doing things because of their land constraints. We have too much land maybe available, and as such, officers have picked the logical and quickest route out by looking at the open greenfields first. I will have to mention it again, obviously, because it's part of the infrastructure. South West Water and Sewage has to be considered as part of this as well. So thank you, committee. I hope we all can move forward and come up with a sensible solution to take this to formal consultation. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Howe. Can I please call on Andrew Preston next, please? Andrew, the floor is yours. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually have 2 statements on behalf of 2 clients. So if I can start off with one concerning the village of Ottery, and then I presume you'll call me again for the second statement in a minute.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. My question to committee on behalf of my client, Mr. Peter Stodgel, is why the village of Ottery has not been included in the list of Tier 4 settlements within the working draft local plan. In preparing the local plan, the council has produced a document on the role and function of settlements, which sets out the means of assessing settlements and placing them in the different tiers in the hierarchy. By most, if not all, of the criteria, Ottery is deserving of a place in the Tier 4 category. Tier 4 are the service villages, smaller than local centres, but still considered sustainable locations for a modest amount of additional development. The working draft presently has a list of 23 settlements that are given Tier 4 status. Ottery has an overall population of 699. 10 of the identified Tier 4 settlements have smaller populations. Ottery has a working age population of 516, with 73% of those being economically active. 13 out of the 23 identified Tier 4 settlements have a smaller working age population. In terms of jobs, Ottery is a net importer of labour, with 145 local jobs fulfilled by people travelling in from outside the parish. Of the 23 identified Tier 4 settlements, 18 of these have fewer jobs than in Ottery. Ottery is also one of the very few villages in the area offering ultra-fast broadband, beneficial to those working in the village and particularly the growing numbers of those working from home. Ottery is not blessed with a wide range of local services, but does have a primary school, community hall, pub, sports field, play area and bus service. The role and function of settlements document shows that 4 of the other identified Tier 4 settlements have got equal or fewer services in comparison with Ottery. The village is therefore sustainable, with a reasonable range of local services, good employment provision and a good sized population, also serving a wider hinterland, and compares favourably in many respects with some of the other Tier 4 settlements. Geographically, the northeastern part of East Devon is underprovided for with designated local plan settlements, with only Dunkeswell and Broadhembury in that general area.
30 seconds
Ottery has opportunities for limited sustainable development, not least at Manor Green, where my client, Mr. Stodgel, owns a plot with obvious potential for half a dozen modest homes, which the parish council and Councillor Key have in the past been keen to see developed. I ask the committee to please consider identifying Ottery as a Tier 4 settlement and to consider land at Manor Green as a potential housing allocation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Obviously, with the length of the meeting today, what I would ask is that Ed, if you would be happy to make a written answer to Mr. Preston, just so that we can move things on. Mr. Preston, do you want to just come forward with your second statement now?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So my question to committee on behalf of Morrish Homes is why land at Oak Road on the southern side of West Hill, site West 5, has been identified as a rank 1 site in the council's site assessment, when this land compares favourably with others close by that have been identified as rank 3. This land is being promoted by Morrish Homes, who have already undertaken considerable work and public consultation in addressing the suitability of the site for housing. The design layout for a low-density development of 23 homes will safeguard the protected trees, maintain open space between dwellings, avoid significant overlooking of neighbours, and ensure adequate access and parking arrangements. Appropriate means of access and foul and surface water drainage have been identified, and no significant ecological or tree constraints have been identified. Chairman, in terms of the issues identified in the Council's report on site assessment, the distance from the site to local facilities and the nature of the local roads is very much the same as the nearby sites West 13 and West 14, which are identified in the assessment as rank 3 sites. This is within walking and cycling distances recommended by national policy guidance. Following traffic surveys to be carried out in January, consideration will be given to enhancements to Higher Broad Oak Road, which evidence shows is well used already by pedestrians and cyclists. The 2021 tree preservation order has yet to be confirmed, but in any case, the trees are on the boundaries, and Morrish Homes is working with an arborist to ensure that all existing trees can be retained in the design proposal. There are also TPO trees on sites West 1, West 4, and West 6, which are each rank 4 identified for allocation. Why then should this be seen as a constraint for the site at Oak Road? Access will need to be taken from the road to the south, but that is no different to the nearby site West 13, which is further out of the village, and most likely West 14, both of which have been scored as Tier 3 sites. The statement that the site appears as open countryside could equally apply to most of the identified sites. This is a finite site with well-established hedge and tree boundaries and with housing already on 2 sides. Can the committee please identify what the mineral constraints are and why this has not been noted for other local sites, since the landowner and promoter have no knowledge of this? In summary, Chairman, can the committee please elevate the status of site West 5 to at least Tier 3 to maintain consistency with neighbouring sites, and potentially to Tier 4 or higher in view of the evidence provided by Morrish Homes that confirms the eminent suitability of this land for housing development? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I'll ask Mr. Freeman to give you a written answer, but also to cover off those items when we come to West Hill in the debate.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Can I now call Councillor Kelvin Dent? Councillor Dent, whenever you're ready, you have three minutes. And thank you for your email yesterday. I did receive it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Chair of Planning on Sidmouth Town Council. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the officers because I think they've done a tremendous job. They appear to have prepared an extremely thorough, detailed piece of work in a remarkably short of time. So well done to them. We convened an urgent meeting of Sidmouth Town Council on the 9th of December to consider the working draft and the allocations map. And I circulated a note of the meeting. Unfortunately, oh God. Unfortunately, the list I used was out of date. I do apologise for this. There we are. Unfortunately, the list of councillors that I used at the time was out of date, so I'll circulate it to the members who I missed on the first tranche, and I apologise for that. I know, Chair, today you'll be mainly concerned about issues of policy rather than fine, detailed allocation, and I understand that. But we do feel that if there are particular allocations which we feel strongly against, we disagree with it, it's better to say so right at the very beginning. And when I attended the webinars which EZDC had convened, that the planners made it very clear that allocating land in Sidmouth would not be easy because of the constraints. We've got the C on one side and the A and B on all the others. And I think that fact is reflected in the fact that the sites identified in Sidmouth are all either brown or red, or at very best they're pink sites, which are defined as poor sites. So not surprisingly, we'd support option C in the draft plan. This is page 113, which equates to less development. We'd be extremely unhappy if option B were followed. That's an option for additional sites. With regard to the option which is followed in the working draft, we do have concerns about all the sites which all contravene policy and all lie within the AOMB. And as you know, Chair, development in the AOMB should only take place in exceptional circumstances where the development can't be located elsewhere. The best I can say, trying to be helpful and constructive, is that there are 2 sites in Sidmouth and 1 in Sidbury, which are, if you like, less bad than the other sites. And these are Sid 01 at Higher Walbrook, Sid 19 at Dark Lane, and Sid 10 at Furze Hill in Sidbury. Site Sid 17 near Peak House we felt was more appropriate for infilling through the usual planning process rather than a strategic allocation. Sid 06 at Sidford we were absolutely dead against. This site is recommended for 30 dwellings with potential for 300. There are
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Why this site should not be allocated, not least the desire to maintain a green separation between Sidford and Sidbury. There are some additional notes in the report which I'll circulate, which I hope you'll read, relating to affordable housing, employment land, second homes and existing commitments in Sidmouth. If you're able to read the report at leisure, I would be very grateful. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Many thanks for your comments, Councillor Dent. Really appreciated there. Can I call Councillor David Valentine from Gittisham Parish Council next, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm representing Gittisham Parish Council, and this is in respect of agenda item 8. As a general point, this is a very large document, and it would have been helpful to have received a summary document highlighting the key proposals, perhaps something to consider for the future. The Gittisham Parish Council seek reassurance that consultation with parish councils will be undertaken at all stages in this local plan process, including the next stage with the forthcoming sustainability appraisal, and that the significance of any consequential changes to these current draft proposals are highlighted to parish councils. In recent years, there has been a significant westward extension of Honiton within the parish of Gittisham, of both residential and allocated commercial land. As part of the Housing Employment Land Availability Assessment, further land has been identified as being available, which would encroach further towards the conservation village of Gittisham. In fact, to within 400 metres of the village and visible from the village. The references are Gittisham 01 and Gittisham 05. The land suitability ranking shown on the maps in the supporting supplementary site identification report gives for this land a grade 2 ranking, and the references there are pages 188 and 189. However, the accompanying site assessment text at page 22 gives a grade 3 ranking. Now, whilst both these rankings suggest that the land is not suitable for consideration at this stage, there is a caveat in the report to the effect that should numbers be not met elsewhere, that other land might need to be brought forward. The ranking is likely to be an important consideration should that search become necessary. And given the parish council's concerns about possible future inappropriate encroachment of development impacting on the setting of the village, it is important that that clarification which we are seeking is given. To assist, Gittisham Parish Council would suggest that a clear distinction be made between land north, which is an employment allocation in the current local plan, and south of the railway line. And in relation to land south of the railway line, consideration be given to the ranking being revised to level 1, recognising that there are many sound planning reasons, as indeed identified by your officers, to conclude that this land is not deliverable. Finally, it would also be helpful for parish councils to be given access on request to any consultant reports that are being used to inform the local plan process. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Valentine. I think the only thing that I need to just really press to all members and to all speakers is that there is going to be no definitive allocations made today. The reason that we are viewing the report this early on is in the interest of openness and transparency, where in previous times people have felt that development's been imposed on them and not really, it's been brushed under the carpet and in through the back door. And that's what we're trying to avoid, is that at a very early stage we're open with what allocations are coming forward, what options we have, and then give towns, parishes and constituents time to digest what is a huge document. So then when it does come to actually consulting, they can come from an informed position rather than having to rush around at the 11th hour to scramble 300 pages and make reasonable comments. But thank you for your contribution today. I know it's taken on by the committee. Lastly, we have we have a statement to be read out by Paul Smith, a resident of Cranbrook. So Wendy, are you reading that out?
I am. Sorry, the alarm's just going off. Right, before I start, they are testing the fire alarms at the moment. It doesn't last very long. But
would you like me to come back to you, Wendy?
We could do.
I'll come back.
I don't know how long it will take.
I've got Councillor Bruce who's still needing to speak anyway under public question time.
Okay.
So I'll go to him and I'll come back. Councillor Bruce, over to you whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard much of this being the draft of the draft of the draft, and that much consultation is before us. However, my concern is that principles are being established here, which in future documents will be hard, if not impossible, to shift, alter, or delete. And to my mind, there are too many contradictory statements listed within this report. For example, there is a clear perception that villages such as Fennerton are ripe for expansion, and yet the super inquiry held there of April 2014, where 4 mass developments were considered, there was only one that was allowed. More on that in a moment. The inspector's report was explicit in terms of Fennerton's lack of sustainability and its rejection of developer claims that the village was a suitable host for hundreds of new homes. Now, since that report, nothing has changed. There is no improvement to the school's capacity. There's been no increase in services. The rail connection has not yet seen any change to Fennerton, and there is still yet to be a completed resolution to the long-standing flooding issues that plague the good people of Fennerton, something the inspector was assured would be completed by 2016. In short, there's been no tangible change to the infrastructure of the village, and yet in this report before you, none of these points are addressed. On the contrary, the village is painted as ripe for yet more homes, with no consideration that any new residents will have to drive to find work, drive to deliver their kids to secondary school, and probably primary as well, due to the current school capacity being reached. Drive to shop, there is only a corner shop, takeaway, hairdresser and a pub. And yet the officer's report still concludes that there are no obvious constraints why this greenfield site should not be built on. Finally, as if by ironic coincidence, there is alive and present the perfect example of how things can go badly wrong with the kind of development proposed in this draft document. Ackland Park was a development allowed on appeal, the only one after that main inquiry in 2014. It was passed on 2 points. 1, that it would contribute to the drainage system of this part of Fennerton, and 2, that it would improve the visual aspect of the village. If you visit the site today, you will see a half-built estate with regular sightings of rats, slabs of insulation scattered in all directions, mounds of soil and building debris, containers and caravans. The completed houses cannot be sold, and those that are half completed flood, often as observed by the tidal marks left on the buildings. The developer is nowhere to be seen, and enforcement from our council is non-existent. It would appear that few, if any, of the conditions set out by the planning inspector have been adhered to, which must fill us all with concern. Perhaps the worst part of this wreck of a site is that there is no information regarding what, if any, drainage system exists. Evidence on the ground suggests that there is none, which has the knock-on effect of adding to the already present threat of flooding to Fennerton. So I'm concerned that whatever confidence we can have going forward is skewed with any of these plans if legacy developments like Ackland Park that are with us now can go so badly wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bruce. I think Ed can correct me, but in the working draft there's proposals for 42 dwellings and only one site to come forward. That's obviously for committee to debate, but I personally, from what's saying in the draft, it's not the sites that are being suggested are sites that have been put forward through the HELAR process. We have to look at each individual site, assess them. It's not going to be a case that every single site that is being put forward will be suitable and will be taken forward. And that's just something I need to give a little bit of comfort to yourself about. Wendy, are we ready to read out the statement from Paul Smith, please?
Yes, if the alarm does go off, what I'll do is I'll pause and then I'll start that paragraph again. It's gone off twice previously, so hopefully, fingers crossed, I can get this finished. So the following statement is from Mr. Paul Smith, a resident of Cranbrook. I commend council officers for the accomplished production of this first draft of the East Devon local plan and welcome their transparency and candid acknowledgement that the draft is presented with a cautionary warning that it represents officers' preliminary assessment only and sets out their preferred options for development sites across district, each subject to change. East Devon's new local plan must confront its growing crisis presented by the shortage of supply and affordability of localised housing, particularly in relation to its existing Indigenous population, who are predominantly the district's younger generation. The challenge is heightened by an increasing migration to East Devon for retirement, second homes, holiday lets, and a limited supply of private rental properties. Further complexity will undoubtedly be added to this situation by additional housing demands precipitated by an influx of home seekers drawn to Exeter and surrounding areas by its vision to be the regional powerhouse in the southwest and the most attractive and accessible city in England. Confronted with the complexity of issues, I feel it pertinent to highlight to committee the imminent completion in early 2022 of the HELAR panel of experts report, which will provide a complete detailed assessment of each of the 359 call for sites submitted for consideration of development. I'll start that paragraph again. Confronted with the complexity of issues, I feel it pertinent to highlight to committee the imminent completion in early 2022 of the HELAR panel of experts report, which will provide a complete detailed assessment of each of the 359 call for sites submitted for consideration of development across the district and availability of brownfield development sites. Access to comprehensive information which will enable councillors with officer assistance to make more informed judgments regarding spatial strategy, settlement hierarchy, and overarching strategy for distribution of development within district over the next decade. I would hesitate to suggest that the existing timetable for production of this complex draft plan is too rushed, and proposals for a series of committee meetings in January 2022 to facilitate presentations by a limited number of developers and agents before you have access to the HELAR report is somewhat premature. Officers have indicated options for flexibility of timescales, and if appropriate, I would commend you to consider amending schedule. End of statement.
Thanks very much for that, Wendy. There will be multiple meetings in between now and when we see a final draft that goes out for consultation. And that's really all I can say on the matter. We'll move on to minutes of the previous meeting from the 9th of November. Does any member have any comments, or are they happy to indicate that the minutes are noted? No, so we'll take those minutes as noted. Agenda item 3 are apologies. Wendy, I believe we have a full house.
Councillor Chamberlain. Yep, and sorry, I thought I had non-committee Councillor Jackson, but I believe she may be in the meeting. So yeah, it's just Councillor Chamberlain.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 4 is declarations of interest. So can I just remind members that if you state an interest, please state the item number, what type of interest, whether that's a personal or a DPI, and why you're declaring it. Thank you. So over to you, Wendy.
Thank you, Chair. Can I start with you?
I can say Seaton Town Council, but other than that, no. That will be for agenda item 7 and 8.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Similarly, I'm an Exmouth Town Councillor. I've also received a number of emails to do with specific villages and so on. I think we all received one from Councillor Dent on the subject of Sidmouth to do with certain specific sites. And I've also had an email on the allocation or the suggestion that the villages of Ebford and Clis St George should perhaps be considered as tier 4. So those are all relevant to item 8.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
None that I know of at present, but if any come up, I'll declare them at the time.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thanks, Wendy. Yes, as a Colleton Parish Councillor, in the same vein as Councillor Davey and Councillor Ledger as well. One tiny clarification, I'm sure everybody knows it. When Ollie just said Councillor Dent, he meant Kelvin Dent from Sidmouth rather than Alan Dent. Just for the record, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Oh, sorry, I'm having problems with my buttons. Yes, I would like to declare a personal interest that I'm a Devon County Councillor, and that's just for a standing declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blakey.
Yeah, agenda item 8, personal interest. I am a Cranbrook Town Councillor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bonetta.
Thank you, Wendy. Of course, in the same sort of vein as everyone else, agenda items 7 and 8, Hodderson Town Councillor. I've also, in the same vein as Councillor Davey, received various bits of lobbying from various sort of interests in the area, such as obviously Councillor Kelvin Dent from Sidmouth and also a developer from the south of Axminster. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Wendy. Agenda item 7 and agenda item 8, working as the clerk to All Saints and Chardstock Parish Councils and locum Deputy Clerk to Axminster Town Council. Personal interest, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Thank you. I've got to go anyway, but yeah, like others, 7 and 8, I'm a Bishop's Cliff Parish Councillor, so that's a personal interest, and I need to be careful, and I'll seek legal advice. I obviously own a convenience store in Cliff St Mary, which is in my ward, and we have 2 allocations of land in my ward on that. So I'm not sure. I'll take advice if I get back in later and see where we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ingham.
Yes, I have no interest to declare, other than, yes, I've received the usual email lobbying, but nothing else other than that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moulding.
Yeah, similar to Councillor Ingham, and no interest to declare, but I've received letters from local residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Wendy. Nothing to declare other than I've received from Councillor Dent at Sidmouth information regarding their views on the draft. That's item 8.
Item 8, lovely. Thank you very much. Councillor Rylance.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, so item 7 and 8, personal interest as a parish councillor for Broadclist. And also I have received the same range of emails as other people have. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, I have a personal interest in and a piece of land that is within the process in Tallerton. I've always declared my interest regarding FWS Carter and Sons, and they have a fairly large application that's within the boundaries of this plan. And I have also received letters from Councillor Dent and other developers like others and constituents regarding the issues over both 7 and 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Wendy. Wendy, can I also add to that? That's my mistake. Add the emails that I've received. It's probably over 30 of them.
Okay.
Thank you. Matters of urgency, I can confirm that there are no matters of urgency. The next agenda item is confidential and exempt items. Again, I can confirm that there are no confidential or exempt items. So now we're into the main agenda, and the first report today is the infrastructure funding statement. And could I welcome Mr. Ed Freeman to the meeting? And it's over to you to present your report.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. So this first item is in response to the community infrastructure levy regulations that require us by the end of each calendar year to publish a document which details as a statement the infrastructure projects and types of infrastructure that we will be looking to part fund or fund through community infrastructure levy. A report in relation to our income and expenditure on SIL in the previous financial year. The same in relation to planning obligations, so Section 106 agreements, and also an infrastructure funding statement, which comprises those and a number of other elements. Members may recall this time last year me bringing a similar report to this with a funding statement for publication. The information contained in this report and its appendix is sort of factual information about the monies received and spent during that time period. And the recommendation is simply asking for members to agree that statement for publication under the requirements of the regulations. And that's really all I have to say on that item, hopefully. Happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I'll open up to the floor. Does anyone have any questions? Are we happy just to recommend?
Happy to recommend.
So that's proposed by Councillor Skinner. Can I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Mrs. Shaw, welcome to the meeting. Could you please sum up and take us to a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, there's 2 limbs to this recommendation. The first being that the committee note the contents of the report and the requirements to provide the annual infrastructure funding statement by the 31st of December. And the second is that approval is being sought for the publication and submission to government by the 31st of September of this year of the 2020 and 2021 annual infrastructure funding statement based on the information detailed in the report. Members, please press your green tick if you are in support of the motion, press your red cross if you're against. Sorry, Chair?
Councillor Moulding has his hand up. Councillor Moulding, do you have anything you wish to add, or just?
Yes, I'm very sorry, Chair, but I've realised that whilst discussing section 106, I, as a trustee of Axminster Skate Park and as president of Cloakham Sports Centre, are currently in discussions over section 106 payments.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Moulding. Mrs. Shaw, apologies.
Thank you. Members, you've heard what the recommendations are. If you're in support of the recommendation, press your green tick. If you're against the recommendation, press your red cross. And if you wish to abstain, raise your electronic hand.
Those watching online, the vote is currently taking place.
That's carried unanimously. Wendy's just going.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 8 is working draft of the proposed East Devon local plan, and again it's over to Mr. Ed Freeman for a presentation, I believe.
Yes, thank you,
Chair.
Chair.
Slides.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm going to attempt the impossible and summarise over 1,000 pages of agenda in a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation for you. So bear with me. I'll just share my screen with you. And hopefully you can all see a big green slide saying working draft local plan 2020 to 2040 on it.
Yeah, we can see that, Ed.
I will just minimize Zoom so you haven't got that. Okay. So first of all, just to summarise the contents of the remainder of the agenda that's before you, it comprises fundamentally a working draft of the local plan, which has been produced based on officers' initial assessment of the available evidence. It's presented to prompt discussion and debate, but should not be taken to be in any way a definitive in terms of the officer's recommendation. There's still clearly a lot of work to be done over the coming months to refine and develop the plan with members' input. Alongside the working draft, there are various evidence documents, including our initial site assessment work, which seeks to justify the currently preferred sites for allocation. We've also published some maps, so you should have maps of the settlements themselves showing the sites that have been put forward and our assessment of them. We have also subsequently published maps of each individual site so that there is complete clarity over those sites and those boundaries. We've also produced a document to show how the working draft plan responds to the requirements of the NPPF, and a sort of you said we did style document summarising and responding to the responses to the issues and options consultation. In order to summarise what's before you, I'm going to attempt to draw out the links to the council plan, which has been at the heart of what we've been producing in terms of the local plan. And we sought to respond to the vision and priorities of the council plan. So you'll see that its current vision within the local plan is the same as that within the council plan, and focuses on the 3 priorities of better homes and communities, a greener East Devon, and a resilient economy. You'll see within the working draft of the local plan that while we focus the plan around these key priorities, there is an option for members to consider about whether a more detailed vision may be appropriate for the council plan, and one with more of a spatial dimension, given the obviously spatial aspects of the plan. So to just run through those council priorities and how the plan seeks to respond to those, in terms of council priority 1, better homes and communities for all, obviously the council plan talks about the quality of development, delivering affordable housing, and addressing the poverty agenda as key priorities under that heading. In terms of the local plan, we sought to respond to those issues by presenting a strategy that delivers the right homes in the right places, delivers a range of dwelling sizes, types and tenures, would deliver more affordable housing, deliver housing for older people and those in need of accessible and adaptable homes, requiring the provision of self and custom build housing plots, implementation of the nationally prescribed space standards to deliver better quality homes that are fit for purpose, make provision for the needs of all groups in society, including gypsies and travellers, travelling show people, and require new developments to have access to superfast broadband, recognising this as a key infrastructure. We're also obviously looking to conserve and enhance our built heritage. A key aspect of that is this concept of delivering 20-minute neighbourhoods within allocations within the local plan, so that we can have greater reliance on walking and cycling and have those services and facilities on the diagram within easy walking and cycling distance. So this requires well-connected paths, streets and spaces, but also having schools at the heart of the community, plenty of green spaces, local jobs, community and health and wellbeing facilities, and places for all. Just turning quickly to a greener East Devon. Again, this is about prioritising climate change and supporting our natural environments, something we've been keen to do through the production of the working draft of the local plan. And we seek to respond to this by delivering net zero carbon developments from plan adoption, maximising opportunities to deliver renewable energy, district heat networks where possible within new allocations, zero carbon development, and energy storage facilities to support the transition to zero carbon. We're also looking to address the impact of embodied carbon from construction by ensuring we make use of existing buildings, and where buildings are required to be demolished, that we make use of foundations and existing groundworks wherever possible. A key part of this is the energy hierarchy, which has come through from the evidence that's been produced for the local plan and the low carbon study that was produced as part of work on the Greater Exeter Strategic Plan. This highlighted the importance of development location as a key way of addressing the climate change emergency through our planning policies. So really it's location, 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 followed by the need for good site master planning, addressing building fabric, building services and maximising the efficiency, having clean on-site energy production, so renewable energy, solar panels on roofs wherever possible, off-site measures, including carbon reduction measures where we can, and in-use performance, so ensuring actual performance aligns with the design intent. So the policies within the plan are not simply about trying to deliver zero carbon development, but also ensuring that that's actually delivered on the ground, and we have evidence to prove that. Sorry, my screen seems to have frozen. Brilliant.
I got a paper copy ahead of us anyhow.
Hold on a moment. Technology is letting me down. Just stop sharing for a moment and try to share that again. Ha. So moving on to Council Priority 3, which is a resilient economy, bringing prosperity to the district. The plan seeks to address the needs for a resilient economy by locating employment development to improve settlement self-containment, support the role and functions of the enterprise zone, retention and reuse of existing employment land and buildings, supporting urban regeneration schemes, support farm diversification, improve access to employment and raise skills levels through employment and skills statements. So this is a means of bringing about more apprenticeships and training schemes on construction sites, but also through built developments, post-completion. Promote town centres as cultural, leisure, retail and community hubs, promote sustainable tourism, and protecting local shops and community facilities. I should stress each of these are just a number of highlights and headlines within the plan. Obviously, there's much more detail within the document itself and many more aspects to this. So how does this then translate into a spatial strategy that then delivers on those aspirations? Ultimately, the spatial strategy has largely been arrived at through an assessment of the available and suitable sites. We can fundamentally only really put forward and develop sites that we know are available and there's a willingness to deliver. But this leads to a similar proportion of growth going to the west end of the district as in the current adopted local plan. You can see on the pie chart to the right hand side of the screen. This is the distribution as shown within the working draft of the local plan as things stand, with just over 50% of development going to the west end of the district, 31% within the towns and 18% within the villages and rural areas. This is to some extent an inevitable consequence of the constraints of the district. As members will be aware, 2/3 of the district is an area of outstanding natural beauty. We obviously have many other constraints in terms of the built heritage of the district as well, green wedges, the topography of much of the district, the coastline. And as a result, some of the aspirations for the plan are quite hard to achieve without more suitable sites being found in the main towns. However, it is difficult to see where more sites could come from. You've already heard from Town Councillor at Sidmouth about the constraints of Sidmouth, and that is a major issue in that town in particular, but other constraints in many of the other towns are significant issues in terms of trying to find suitable land to deliver on the aspirations that have set out. So members may wish to consider whether they would be willing to accept sites that have scored quite lowly in our assessment coming forward if they would achieve better self-containment, for example, within a settlement or other key aspirations in the plan. And those issues are set out within the options within the document. We've also highlighted that there is currently a shortfall of about 900 homes for which we have not been able to identify suitable sites. And members' thoughts on this and other options for meeting the housing shortfall are also sought. So this plan seeks to summarise the spatial strategy, and you'll see each of these houses is sized to represent the scale of growth in those locations. So you can see there's quite a cluster within the west end of the district, both representing the lesser constraints of that part of the district in terms of designations, but also the economic prominence and importance of Exeter and the connectivity of that part of the district to Exeter as the main centre. A key feature of the strategy is the proposal for a further new community in the west of the district. There's considered to be a clear opportunity here to deliver a high quality zero carbon new settlement in this part of the district, close to the existing employment opportunities in this area, but also served by new jobs, services and facilities. Which it is acknowledged would have to be delivered in step with the new housing. And as members will be aware, we're looking at different delivery models and vehicles to how we can achieve that. It's considered that it presents a real opportunity to deliver sustainable growth that protects the areas of outstanding natural beauty and other designated natural and built heritage of the district from significant harm. Current work in assessing the capacity of the existing settlements to accommodate the growth needs of the district demonstrates that there simply isn't sufficient suitable sites to meet the housing need unless we take into account quite poorly scoring sites and start to integrate those into the strategy. So you can see the levels of growth in the rest of the district as well. You remember from the settlement hierarchy that Exmouth was the only tier 1 settlement as the largest town by some margin, and so it's currently showing 455 dwellings there. But as has been said, there are significant constraints in other settlements, particularly Sidmouth, where we've only found land for 196, Seaton, where we've only found land for 264. And other settlements, Ottery St Mary 260, Axminster 422, for example, Honiton again highly constrained 228. Members will see from the site assessments how those numbers have been derived and the issues with the other sites that have also been looked at. So just finally, this slide sort of summarises some of those issues. There is this interaction between the policies and aspirations of the plan and the spatial strategy. There's a slight disconnect between them, which I would acknowledge, and seeking members' views on how that can be reconciled and how that we can ensure that we can deliver members' aspirations for the towns, given the limited number of available suitable sites. And there is this key question about how do we meet the housing shortfall moving forwards as well, given those issues. I'm going to leave it there and stop sharing my screen. Hopefully that's a useful introduction to the key issues and relates well back to the council plan. Happy to take questions on the presentation. Otherwise, I'll hand over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ed. What I am going to ask is that we slightly change the order. We're going to go through chapter by chapter through the actual working draft itself. Ed, please help me out. Is it chapter 8 or chapter 10 that we agreed to start on? It's just so that obviously for committee's benefit, so that we don't discuss all the allocations first. We actually start working up, trying to draw up policy before we then start looking at the allocations. I thought it would be a much better way of looking at things. But Ed, is it chapter 8 or chapter 10?
Chair, I think the intention was to start at chapter 8, tackling the climate emergency and responding to climate change, which is page 181 within the working draft. I think that works out as page 229 within the agenda.
Okay, so those with their hands up, do you have questions on the presentation itself, or are you happy to wait for the chapters to come? Councillor Skinner.
Mine is just a real quickie, and it's on the presentation that Ed just gave, so I sort of fit within that bill if you'll allow me. And Ed, it's just a quickie, just for clarification, really. When you speak about the land that we have found, is that you're defining that from the land allocations that have come forward through the HELA process? Would that be correct?
Yes, Councillor Skinner, it's the sites that have been put forward for consideration through the HELA process, both the 2017 HELA process through the GESP and through the call of sites we did ourselves earlier this year.
So if I may, just to follow that up, so what you're saying is, because it's fairly important really, so what you're saying is of all the land that has come forward, we are still 900 homes short from all the land that's come forward. Is that correct?
In terms of sites that from our initial assessment we have scored as being appropriate and acceptable for development purposes, yes, there are 900 homes that we have currently been unable to identify sufficient land to accommodate.
Thank you very much. That clears, that's very, very clear about where we're going, how we're going forward. Thank you.
Chair, can I ask a point of order? Terribly sorry to interrupt. I just need clarification, please, through you, Chair, from Councillor Skinner. He mentioned earlier that there's a site of his being considered in this process. Is that correct?
I believe so, Councillor Skinner.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. I put my thing down. I was trying to unmute. Yes, I've declared a site. I've put there is a section of land that is within my ownership. That's within the HELA process. Yes, okay, that's what I was declaring.
Chair, and forgive me, I'm just putting this out there as a possibility, not an accusation, but surely Councillor Skinner has a pecuniary interest, not a personal interest in this. And therefore this makes it very hard for us to have to listen to a debate in which he is asking questions of this nature. But I'm just putting that there. I'm concerned.
The declaration, obviously declarations are up to the individual councillor themselves. I'm sure Councillor Skinner can take the advice of Mrs. Shaw if required, but it's up to Councillor Skinner.
Absolutely. If Mrs. Shaw wants to give any advice, I don't want to put anybody in hold things up or put anybody in any particular awkward position. So I'll take advice from Mrs. Shaw. Quite happy to do that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Skinner, when looking at the Constitution, any disclosable pecuniary interest is a registered interest. So therefore, if you have a registered interest in the land, then that could be considered to be, well, is considered to be a disclosable pecuniary interest, which should be declared at the meeting. Where you have a disclosable pecuniary interest and you should withdraw from the room or chamber where a meeting is considering the business being held at the commencement of the consideration of that business in which you have that interest, unless you have obtained a dispensation from the council's monitoring officer or the standards committee. And you should not seek to influence improperly any decision about that business. Now, considering this is a very draft East Devon local plan and it's covering a wide range of issues, you may wish to consider when it would be appropriate for you to step away from any debate in relation to your disclosable pecuniary interests.
Thank you very much for that, Mrs. Shaw. Councillor Skinner, it's up to you and what you decide to do. Okay, well, I'm going to move on though from that, just so that we can.
I think on that basis, what I think I might do is withdraw from this particular discussion, because I could just see that it's just going to turn into something more. I'll withdraw from this particular discussion until I have taken seek proper legal advice from the monitoring officer, and I think that's the best thing to do.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Skinner.
Okay, so I shall leave you now. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to make a couple of statements as portfolio holder for country, coast and environment, because I think it's important to get this.
Councillor Young, could we relate it to a chapter itself, and you make your comments then? If it's not on the actual presentation, I'm just very conscious that this is going to be an all-day meeting. I'm more than happy for you to chip in at any point. The first agenda item is the first item that we're going to be discussed is chapter 8, which will be all on climate change.
Right, I'll leave it for that. I'll leave
wait
it
for
for
then.
that.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Councillor Gardner, over to you.
Good morning, thank you. I have a general comment actually, but it links to the presentation and also to your first policy discussion, that I think we need to be very, very clear for everyone in East Devon what our priorities actually are and what is driving the discussion and the choice of sites ultimately. And I think, as far as I know, this is number one is top down from the government on the number of houses. We're not attempting to challenge that in any obvious way, at least at the moment. Followed on then by the climate considerations, which you're going to discuss next in your first policy discussion. But I think it is really, really important that people understand that that's how these decisions are being made. This is the hierarchy of things that you are considering and the things that will carry the most weight. And that actually leads me to another point, that climate considerations themselves are very, very complicated. So we know we have to consider position in the AONB, impact on particular special sites, all of those other issues, flooding, they're quite easy. Highways access, easy. Climate considerations are much, much harder. So making them so high in your priorities means that you have to be really clear and straightforward on how you describe to people what those factors are that are going to make a site acceptable or not on climate terms. I know it's not easy and I don't know how you're going to get around it, but although everything that Ed has said about the climate is great and we all understand it and we're looking at the graphics and it looks fantastic, achieving that with the sites that we've got on the table is really, really difficult. And I think you're going to have a lot of problems from the parishes when they look at the sites that we're suggesting and that the ones we do want to put forward based on climate issues, in a large extent, because they may say, well, this is not the right place for it. We don't want it. We haven't got the infrastructure, or it's in the AONB or something else. But if it's climate that's driving it, people have to understand why. And that's a massive communication challenge, I think, for the local plan going forward, if that is, as it probably rightly should be, one of our major factors. I hope that is clear and adds something to the thinking today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gardner. I know there's there will be some tough decisions. Obviously, Ed's already covered that we are 900 houses short, and there will be some tough decisions for the committee to make. Councillor Allen, you wish to come in now?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, on a point of order, I would like to start at chapter 2, picking up what Councillor Gardner has been saying. I was tasked to look at a representation from the scrutiny committee that a more precise and holistic economic evaluation is carried out in relation to major development sites in the local plan process. And I've circulated that to all councillors, in fact. But I'd also like to debate an inclusive growth policy in chapter 2, if it would be possible to bring it into debate at that particular point in time.
Apologies, Councillor. Chapter 2 is vision and objectives of the plan. Exactly,
and it mentions, as you go down in page 12, a number of facets, but the overall vision hasn't got a policy completely clear there. And what I would like to do, if I may, is show a policy which is a policy statement for inclusivity. Do you want me to explain it?
Yeah, you can explain now.
Okay. The policy statement has been circulated. I don't know if people have it in front of them, but the new planning policy on inclusivity states that our new planning and economic development holistic growth approach implies that as many people as possible should contribute to and benefit from any growth, and that we view investment in social infrastructure as a key driver of growth, including business and public sector development and the pool of local skills, as well as physical infrastructure such as schools and hospitals. So we aim to tackle place-based and social inequalities, which means encouraging a social infrastructure, investing in education skills, employability support, mental health and affordable health, childcare, physical infrastructure connecting people to economic assets and opportunities via housing, transport, digital, and so on. Designing housing infrastructure such that disability, type of tenure, and affordability are taken into account as key factors for the local population. An inclusive industrial strategy with long-term commitment to key high-value sectors, clusters and technologies, as well as low-paid sectors such as retail, care, warehousing and logistics. And a business-led productivity and quality jobs, encouraging firms moving up the value chain, creating quality jobs. If fairly paid, there is scope for progression and autonomy and family-friendly and flexible issues. And macro development means fostering a culture of enterprise, inclusive legal, financial institutions, and competitive financial and appropriate housing and labour market issues. And the idea behind this particular proposal is to make sure it comes right up front, and particularly that it applies to major developments, so that everybody is crystal clear, because it's a 1,000-page document and it needs a clear statement that's compatible with the corporate plan, because this plan is going to last, in theory, strategically. NPPF says it ought to be around for 30 years of vision. And that's why we have to look after our local residents first, and within the context of a greener environment. So that's the proposal I'm suggesting it should go into chapter 2, directly onto page 12, to make it crystal clear to everybody that this plan is about inclusive growth for everybody, all residents, even including, and obviously including the incoming people. We've got a population which we're losing young people all the time to go to university or London or wherever. We're going to have a population which is going to become 40% larger in 65 plus. All of these elements need to be taken into account. We need the right facilities for growing the population with more young people, more facilities, more infrastructure, and not just more homes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. Could I make the suggestion that obviously we're going to be starting on chapter 8, that you bring this up at chapter 9, which will be meeting housing needs for all, and then as well as chapter 10, supporting jobs and the economy in the vibrant town centres. They're two key areas which I feel cover a lot of the proposal. If again you wish to raise it at chapter 2 when we do cover that later on in the day, by all means, please do. But I feel that obviously chapter 8, 9 and 10 are the three key themes that Ed spoke about in his presentation that we'll be starting on. You can bring it back then, and then at chapter 2 again if you wish.
Can you just indulge me for a minute? It was just that because those 3 chapters are all separate issues of components of the plan, that I wanted to propose this prior to the 3 of them so that all 3 were seen in the right balance.
I feel that we need to get the building blocks of the policy in place and then work out adding new vision to it. That's just personally my opinion. Councillor Allen, we're going to move on now, but by all means, please do bring it up in chapter 9, 10 and 2 when we come to it. Councillor Faithful, thank you for waiting patiently. Is this on the specifically on the presentation, because we do need to start moving on to the chapters?
Well, as far as I can see it, this particular one is I don't know if this is really for now or for further on, but it's a general question about land being put forward, and then I've already started a conversation with Ed about this, whether they no longer or don't presently want that land to be developed. And it's like, should they be having the land available at this stage, or should it be at a later call to sites? Because that starts screwing the numbers up then, doesn't it? If their land is not, they say at one point they want their land on a HELA, and then they say, well, I don't want this now, I want it some other time in the future. It totally screws our numbers.
Yeah, so the HELA is meant to be for land availability at that moment in time. It's not for anything outside the plan period. We can work it out so that it's later down the plan period, but realistically, we want it coming in the next, well, across the plan period.
Yeah.
Ed, do you agree with that?
Yes, Chair. It's a 20-year plan, so the landowner doesn't have to have the intention to bring it forward immediately, but it's good to understand what their intentions are and timescales.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll come back to this later, but my concern, and this kind of picks up on what Councillor Gardner was saying, is that inherent in climate emergency and addressing the climate emergency is having the right development in the right place. And maybe this isn't the appropriate time to say this, but it strikes me that we spent some considerable time as a committee talking about the different the hierarchy, because the hierarchy of settlement, an inherent part of that is address it to promote sustainable development, because that dovetails in with the climate change emergency. But actually, the plan doesn't do that. It doesn't do that at all, unfortunately. And particularly with regards to villages, if we're talking about climate emergency, we need to be putting our housing allocations where the jobs, the services and the transport are. But the plan doesn't do that. And my real concern about the climate emergency is that it's unfortunately seems to be allocating sites according to where developers want them and landowners want them, rather than addressing the real, and I'm not saying that it's an easy thing to do, but if we want to address the climate emergency in our plan, then we need to have a hierarchy of settlements and allocations that match that hierarchy of settlements, because we don't have that at the moment. So my concern is about the overarching direction of the plan. And although that may not be, this chapter is about climate emergency, but I think it's climate emergency needs to feed through the entire plan, and our housing allocations, we need to work harder to deliver, to protect our open countryside, and to not have sites that, widespread sites that undermine that policy. And I think with regards to Green at East Devon, that's a key priority in the council plan. And I don't believe currently that that's reflected in the draft plan as it is, for the reasons I've stated about building in the open countryside on greenfield sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rylance, again, is it on the presentation?
It is. So it was, I suppose, a question, but also an idea that I wanted to float. So it's a question for Ed about the 900 houses going to be short over the lifetime of the plan. And I was wondering whether there's any information to suggest that it could be addressed by having a policy on infill and subdividing existing sites so that we increase the density within existing settlements, but not just in our tiered settlements, but also in villages that aren't necessarily in any tiers, so that young people and older people can stay within their existing settlements with oversight from friends and family. And I just wonder whether maybe the addition of some kind of policy on allowing subdivision of large gardens so that people could build in their back garden for their older relative or their young people might mop up some of the 900 we're going to be short over the lifetime of the plan. Do we have any information on maybe numbers of people applying for that kind of planning permission who are being turned down at present, who might usefully be included within a policy in future? Oh, I can see Ed's looking for something. So that's my question, and just an idea that I'm floating potentially as a way of catching up those 900.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rylance. I'll let, he's furiously typing away, so I'll go to Councillor Ingham and then come back to him. So Councillor Ingham, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I was interested in what Councillor Skinner was saying in his question, and hopefully Ed can verify it, Chair, and that's the maps we've got within the draft plan capture HELAS sites applications there. Now, Ed, in your answer to Councillor Skinner, and you said they're all included, but have you edited out any along the way, or do those maps include every single HELA presentation? That's my first question, Ed. Or did you edit them?
This is the officer's preferred options. They are edited, aren't they?
Oh, right, so they are edited. So when we say we can't hit the spot, that's because they've already been edited. And I think it's important to do that. But that edit, Chair, is based on those submissions. And I get what Councillor Bailey is actually saying, because I'm not wholly convinced that strategic planning can embrace walking up to a half-finished jigsaw puzzle and making the bits fit. That's not strategic. That's just completing a puzzle and making things fit to your convenience. Whereas strategic thinking should embrace consideration, which I think Councillor Bailey was alluding to, where we identify exactly where we want to develop for the appropriate reasons to meet the climate change agenda. And I think that ties in, I may be wrong, Councillor Allen will tell me, I think that ties in with what he was saying. And that's why Chapter 2 is pretty darn important and arguably should be considered before you go to 8, 9 and 10. But that's also personal opinion. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Ed, can we come to you now, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, I mean, we have looked at all of the sites that have been put forward, but obviously some of them are in the middle of nowhere and so have been quickly kind of not disregarded, but scored so lowly that you know, obviously they haven't moved forward through the process. In terms of Councillor Reinance's comments, I was just trying to find the figures, but inevitably the agenda is so big it's hard to find at the touch of a button. But essentially, our assessment of housing numbers includes an allowance for windfall sites, so sites that might come forward within the existing policies. And I think that was a number of the sites that Councillor Reinance was referring to in terms of infill development within existing built-up area boundaries. Development of large gardens and things like that, those do happen as a matter of course. We wouldn't necessarily allocate them in local plans because we wouldn't know that they're going to come forward during the plan period, but they do inevitably come forward. And so we have an allowance for that based on past experience of how many of those type of plots come forward in our assessment of housing numbers, and that still leaves us with this 900 shortfall, even taking that into account. I'm sure the figures are in the plan somewhere in the strategy section at the front, but I'm damned if I can find them. Thank you, Chair.
Very much, Ed. We really need to start moving into these chapters now. So we'll start with Chapter 8, tackling the climate emergency and responding to climate change. Ed, do you have any?
Order, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Allen.
I can't see how we can skip over 180 pages of key documentation to go into Chapter 8.
We're not skipping over. We are going to go into that. It's just the fact that we need to have policy informing allocations rather than allocations, and then we have no policy at the moment for the local plan. We can't decide well, it'd be very unhelpful to decide sites and start talking about them without discussing initially all of the policy, and that starts from Chapter 8, going all the way through, and then coming to at the end to the sites.
I see your logic, Chair. It just doesn't flow from the situation we're being presented with. But so long as we're coming back to
we will be coming back. We are not missing anything. It's just the fact that we need to have policy informing the sites and not the tail wagging the dog, per se. Ed, do you have anything you wish to say on Chapter 8?
No, Chair. I think I've captured the essence of our response to climate change in the presentation. So I'm happy to move through the chapter, Chair.
So obviously the whole chapter, it's set to a significant amount of strategic policies. I will just open it out to everyone. It's pages 181 through to 243, I believe. Yeah, 243. Councillor Bailey, over to you.
Gosh, I'm probably asking this at the wrong time, but what I wanted to ask Ed is, when you've drawn up your the maps and everything, and I completely agree with the tail not wagging the dog, but what I'd like to understand is how have you reached out to the site owners across the district? I know we've done the call for sites, but how have you approached individual site owners? I just don't know how it quite works, so that you know, or because it seems to me that there's a lot of the same sites coming up over and over and over again that have been around, that have been to appeals and all the rest of it. So when we're setting a strategy and a policy, and then we need the sites to accord with those strategies and policies, how have we gone about making sure that within our plan we get the best sites? So have we written to people individually, or have we just how have we gone about it? And I'm sorry if I'm asking this at the wrong time. Thank you.
Ed, can you quickly cover that off on call for sites, please?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I mean, essentially, we've had the call for sites. So we've got all of the sites that came forward in the 2017 call for sites and the sites that came forward earlier this year. Effectively, we've been through, done an initial assessment of those, as is detailed in the initial assessment documents published with the agenda, and they're also running through the HELAR process, looking at the sites, achievability and deliverability aspects, which will then feed into this process, and that's part of the further evidence, because obviously we haven't had the report from the HELAR panel yet. There haven't been ongoing conversations with site owners and developers. In fact, I brought a report to the committee earlier in the year about the process for doing that, and members were quite clear they didn't want that to happen, and that things were to be done only in an open and transparent process through this committee, and hence the presentations from site owners and site promoters that we're setting up for January to enable members to hear from them. So no, there hasn't been those ongoing discussions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ed. Councillor Rylance, you wish to speak now on Chapter 8.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my question is probably to Ed, actually, and I do apologise because I probably should know about this, but it's about the first homes thing. So just wanted to know really what the building codes were that applied to these, whether there are minimum size standards on them, or whether we're going to end up producing tiny homes that people have to grow out of the minute they have their first child. I mean, so presumably first homes designed for young people, I'm assuming, they may be in their early or mid-20s, which would be a miracle at the moment because home ownership is receding fast from many young people. But what's tending to happen at the moment is that the age at which you buy your first home is tending to crash into the age at which you have your first child. And so if we are being encouraged to produce first homes, are they actually big enough to have one or two children in? Because if not, then we're just encouraging people to buy a house and then they have to move again into a not first home within very few years. So that's my question. What are the size standards on these?
We will be adopting the national design standards, and we are not going to be going down the same route as what happened at Cranbrook as affordable by design. I think Ed can agree with that.
Yes, Chair. I mean, I think the key there is that we're proposing through the plan to adopt the nationally prescribed space standards, which are designed to ensure that homes are effectively fit for purpose. So if you buy a family home, it has rooms of a suitable size and the dwelling is of a suitable size to meet the needs of a family. And that has been tried and tested through years of assessment of those size standards against the requirements of households, health and well-being standards, etc. So I don't have those standards in front of me, but that is our approach to addressing those issues.
Thanks very much.
That's brilliant. But may I just come back? Sorry, Chair. So, but first homes, so the designated first homes, do they have a size standard on them? Because there's a lot of talk of first homes with capitals, which I presume is a new building code or a new type of houses that's been introduced. Are they what standards are they designed to in terms of size?
Through you, Chair, the nationally prescribed space standards would apply to all new homes, whether they're first homes, affordable homes, social housing, private housing. It would apply to all new homes.
So is the first home, is that a purchase category then, rather than, is that a way of buying a home, or is it actually a type of house?
Right. We can't keep going back and forward on points. It needs to be. Councillor Allen, are you calling a point of order?
Yes, I am, because we're debating Chapter 9 and you wanted to debate Chapter 8.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Faithful, we're coming to you now.
Simple question, and maybe it's a silly question to some, but surely if you want us to start at the contents of Chapter 8, wouldn't it be common sense to have what is it, chapter 8 as chapter 1. So we start the conversation, expect the public to start there as well, rather than, you know, talking.
It was a question that me and Ed, we did have a long discussion of, but it's the fact that the policy team had thrown all of these chapters together at a very short notice. So the chapters as they are now are most likely not going to be the chapters for the final plan. If we could just move in, so we'll start with page 181, which is the climate emergency. And what I'd like to do is look at the strategic policy itself, which is strategic policy 25. The proposed overarching strategic policy will bring together the threads of the following policies in the chapter. It will require development. Do we have, oh, sorry, this is the orange box. So are we happy with the green box, or would we prefer one of the option Bs? That's the question what we need to be discussing today, really, is, are we happy with the proposed policy? Are we looking for something slightly different? And there will be just a series of small straw polls. If you have any questions, please do ask. Otherwise, we'll go through a straw poll of you're happy with the proposed strategy, or we go with an alternative.
Sorry, mine's not colour printed. So what I'm looking at, so I'm not quite sure when you say green and orange.
So the green box is the strategic policy 25 climate emergency. And then the orange box is at the top of page 182 and starts with currently rejected alternative approaches.
Thank you.
So do members have any comments they wish to make on that? If no, I'll ask Mrs. Shaw to take us to a straw poll on it. Councillor Allen, you've unmuted. Are you wishing to speak?
Well, I simply wanted to ask, and this is the problem with the way we're balancing different policies. The climate emergency policy and the housing policy are complex, interrelated issues. And I don't want to make things complicated, but I'm very aware that when the hurricane hit the north of England, if houses were exclusively electric, then they suddenly found themselves without heat or any alternative. And I don't know how our climate strategic policy will ensure that people don't end up with no alternatives.
Ed, is there anything you wish to say at this time on that?
Through you, Chair, I mean, it's an interesting point. I don't think we'd fought in terms of designing policies for what happens if something like a hurricane hits and the electricity goes down. Obviously, we're trying to move away from gas, which is the obvious alternative to that. I think, to some extent, I think by making the network sufficiently robust and homes having their own solar panels and energy supply systems would help in terms of making that robust. And I did talk briefly in the presentation about storage facilities also, so that there's electricity storage facilities to make the network as robust as possible as well. I think that's all we can do. We are moving to an environment where we'll become more and more reliant on electricity and phasing out gas, and part of that needs to be making that resilient and robust as a network. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ed. Councillor Pratt, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Ed. I'm working from a hard copy of the draft, which is in black and white. So if you could please refer to the numbers as well as the colours. The numbers are important for those who have only got black and white copies. And the vote, when we do vote, is that binding for the future, or can it be amended?
Again,
at a later date.
It can be amended. These are just series of straw polls and indications on what the committee are deciding to try and give officers direction to produce the actual draft plan.
Yes. And one final point on this, we did have a very good meeting regarding climate change. I think, was it a month or 2 months ago, Ed? And it is the strategy, the strategies which you've outlined here, is that based on that meeting that we discussed?
Through you, Chair, yes, it basically carries forward the policy ideas that were discussed at that meeting.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Young.
Yeah, just to pick up on a point from Councillor Allen about electricity. Don't forget that if you've got gas, you still need electricity for it to for central heating to work, for any gas to work. Also, town heating systems would need electricity for it to work. So without less electricity, we are up a gum tree, really. Also, don't forget that vehicles will be now in the northeast. They were without electricity for a week, so they couldn't charge their cars up to go out to go and get some other form of heat. So it's a very difficult situation. Therefore, we need a better, resilient electricity supply if we're going down this route. Thank you.
There's a lot of feedback there. Councillor Davey, you wish to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, on 26, the strategic policy on net zero carbon development. Could we ask? Or
sorry, Councillor Davey, we're on 25. We'll take a straw poll on that. Then we'll move to 26. Then we'll move to 27.
Sorry, Chair. Okay, I'm jumping ahead. Fine.
No problem. Councillor Rickson.
With regard to the point that Councillor Young has just mentioned about resilience, have we got a list of electricity substations within our region which are vulnerable? I mean, for example, I think Newton Poppleford is low-lying and is extremely vulnerable, for one. What plans do we have, or do we need to contact the suppliers to discuss with them how they can make these more resilient into the future, because it's going to be important with regard to flood risks?
Thank you very much. Ed, do we have many discussions with third party?
Yes, Chair. So we're in the process of setting up meetings with the main infrastructure providers. I think we've got one set up with Western Power for the end of January to start those discussions. So we'll be liaising with them to understand the impact of proposals coming through this working draft plan, following members' input in terms of the impact on their network and how we can work with them to ensure that the network capacity is there to meet the district's needs moving forward. And we can certainly raise issues about resilience of their network with them and members' concerns.
Thank you very much. Okay, so what we're going to do is, if members are happy with the strategic policy on climate emergency, can you please give us a green tick? If you would like to not include a policy on climate change, could you give a red cross? And if you would like to include a different target, can you raise your electronic blue hand?
Okay, Chair. So the majority are happy.
Thank you very much. Just at this point, I think it would just be good to have a 5-minute comfort break, and then we'll resume at 11:15.
If everyone can just mute their microphones, please. Thank you, because the live stream will remain on.
Wendy, I think we're ready to resume. Hopefully everyone is back now. We are starting back at page 183, which is Strategic Policy 26, which is Net Zero Carbon Development. That is the preferred, Strategic Policy 26 is the preferred option currently. The rejected alternative approaches, which we will also be voting for, are at the bottom of page 184 and includes requiring higher standards and plans for net zero carbon from a future date. So the general plan is that from adoption, and this is something that's quite aspirational, and I feel we will be one of the only local authorities in the country to do it, is the plan will be net zero carbon from adoption. So Wendy, can we please clear the ticks and crosses, please? Councillor Davey and Councillor Rylance. Councillor Davey, you're up first.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this time I will come to Strategic Policy 26. I wonder if we could put in something about the design of settlements, because it's fine to have homes that are future-proofed and can be built to a high standard of insulation. But I think we also need to look at how settlements themselves are designed so that they minimize car usage within them. And I wonder if we need to, I don't quite know how to approach this one, and I'm hoping Ed can guide me a bit here. One of the things I would like to see is that when a development is planned, that instead of every house being accessible by car, that you have a more central parking area, which in future, for instance, could accommodate club cars, and you could also station a bank of charging points there, which would be much easier to fit than putting in individual charging points on every house. So it's just kind of, we don't want to end up with a load of houses that are accessible by car and hopefully people aren't using cars. If we don't design settlements that are I don't know, I've lost my thread here, but what I want to see is developments that are designed and not predicated on continued use of the private car, that they're going to maximize opportunities for walking and cycling, and that those are not excluded by design from the start of the design of the settlement. I wish I was a town planner, but I'm not. So I need some guidance on that and how that could best be achieved and how that could best be framed in a policy. But I think we need to look at more than just the design of the homes, but how the actual development itself is designed. I hope that's kind of clear.
Thanks very much, Councillor Davey. I'll take all the questions and then come to Ed at the end, just before we do the straw poll. Councillor Rylance, you wish to come in next.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is about paragraph 2 of this policy. It seems a little vague and ill-defined to say future-proofed, because that kind of could be up to individual interpretation. And I'm just wondering, well, every time we decide to do something, it seems like the government steps in and sort of ups the ante just as we're about to produce the document. And it just seems to me that unless we aim for a particular standard, we're likely to end up with a local plan which is actually out of step even with national policy quite quickly. And I know that you said that it's difficult to get developers to adjust quickly, but actually they are quite flexible. They're probably more flexible than our local plan is going to end up being. And I'm just wondering whether we couldn't actually demand a higher standard of building. Why not tip our hats to Passive House as a good standard to aim for? I mean, I'm just a little disquieted by the second paragraph. I feel it's going to be open too much to interpretation, basically.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rylance. Again, we'll come to Ed at the end. Councillor Allen, you wish to come in now.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I understand perfectly why Passive House is the preferred option. I think that the problem is viability. And secondly, the net zero carbon development policy doesn't apply apparently to extensions or modifications of houses. And we need to make sure that if somebody's substantially modifying their house, that at least there is some direction for them in terms of how that extension will be built. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Allen. I'm sure we can incorporate those points. Councillor Rickson, please.
I was just picking up on the points from Councillor Davey with regard to having a sort of central parking area. I think that's good in theory, but surely a lot of people would want to have parking or a charging facility next to their home where they're perhaps, if they've got solar panels or whatever, they wouldn't be paying very much rather than paying for a central charging bank. You've also got to allow, obviously, people who've got mobility issues to be able to park near their homes, so you couldn't put them in that sort of ballpark either. But I do agree with the need for active travel, and I think we need to give people options.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hayward, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just harking back to an early point in the meeting, I too need to declare some interest, another interest, which is obviously that I've received a great amount of lobbying and representation and correspondence from members of the public. Amongst this was a very interesting link in the last few days to the Dartmoor local plan, Dartmoor National Park local plan, obviously smaller, but still a local plan that was adopted on the 3rd of December. And we've understood, all of us here, and Ed has told us many, many times, that our local plan must accord with national planning policy. So just as neighbourhood plans can't trump a local plan can't trump things higher up the hierarchy. But the Dartmoor National Park local plan has been very firm in its statements. And within that, and I would urge all members to have a look at it, download it. There is a summary, 4 pages, a quick guide to their local plan. And this covers in chapter 1 items such as design, sustainable construction, a whole chapter about environment, touching on the point about extensions that Councillor Allen just referred to. They, in their local plan, so that has been found sound, has been adopted, alterations are limited to a 30% increase, limited. So no more 100% increases, no more annexes that are twice the size of the existing dwelling. And that's in order to prevent the loss of smaller, more affordable homes. It's actually a very, very good local plan document. And I think members...
Councillor Hayward, just apologies to cut across you. And it is just a case of obviously the time that we're under the constraints. Can we please just focus on each individual strategic policy and not deviate? Otherwise, we will be here, I think, late until the night. So could I just ask you to keep your comments on net zero carbon? Very fascinated to hear more about the Dartmoor plan, but we need to be focused minds on the task at hand. And right now it's net zero carbon. Apologies for jumping across there.
No, not at all. I'd simply to say that what we're considering has been done elsewhere. So when it's told in terms of viability that it can't be done because it will be violated out, well, that's not the case. We can force it, and we need to be demonstrative. We need to be firm. And as Councillor Ryler says, we need to be ambitious, because people, developers particularly, will try and beat us back down later on. So let's be forward thinking now and put our marker down.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayward. Councillor Bailey, over to you.
I'm really sorry, Councillor Ledger, but I am really concerned that we're going into the detail of the specific strategies without considering first the overall hierarchy, the strategies at the start. And I'm concerned that we're going to run out of time and there's not going to be enough. I think the things that the residents want us to be talking about is the big picture, overall strategy, the hierarchy, whether the allocations are in accordance with the hierarchy, what we're going to do to address the mismatch, and the really, really big issues about, is this plan going to be potentially problematic, because at a later date an inspector will look at this and say there's a fundamental mismatch. And I think by looking at individual policies way down, the far more detailed, we're missing out. I think the first thing that we really should be doing is looking at the overall how we feel about the overall plan. And I'm sorry to bring this up again, but I really do feel that should be a priority. Thank you.
The only issue that we've got is that we've been discussing the new local plan for close to a year. We've had numerous topic papers come to numerous different meetings, and we've discussed that part. We are now at the part of the plan where we are discussing strategic policies, and we need to be giving direction to officers on those strategic policies, whether we like them or not, so that we can keep moving forward. We can keep going back to the big ticket items, but it's going to come down to the same thing. A local plan is about the strategic policies, and that's what we need to be focusing on.
But Councillor Ledger, this is the first time that we've seen the working draft, and we've seen the sites that are put forward. We've never seen them in conjunction with the hierarchy before. And so that's what I think the residents want us to be talking about.
And we will come to that, but it's a case we need to be led by policy. And that's where we're not going to become unstuck. We do need to decide on the policy and how we want to move forward, and then look at the sites individually. Councillor Bonetta, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to very briefly, before I quickly say my piece, agree with you. Actually, I do believe that going into policy is very important at this stage. I just wanted to come back very briefly to Councillor Davies' point about sort of a central car parking area. I think that is actually a really, really important idea that we need to sort of look at. As an example, as someone that knows a lot of people across Exeter pretty well, I believe there is a development going in somewhere near the centre of Exeter of around 700 to 750 dwellings, and that entire development is going to have a total of 8 car parking spaces. That's taking into consideration disability access as well. There will be, of course, allowances for that, but that's the future. That's the sort of way that we've got to go. If we want to reduce carbon emissions, we've got to reduce use of the car. We've got to look at ways to maximise walking, cycling, public transport. So I wanted to echo that. In terms of net zero carbon development, when we look at the carbon statement and also the net zero carbon emissions from the development, I'm assuming this also includes during construction and with construction materials as well, making sure that the actual build of the building is net zero as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bonetta. Again, we'll come to Mr. Freeman at the end. Councillor Pratt, you are up next.
Yes. If we pass strategy 26, mention about the extensions that could be built at these properties, presumably those would be the strategy 26 would be covered by any planning conditions, or would it be dealt with by building regs? Perhaps Ed could just clear that one up for me, please.
Thanks very much, Councillor Pratt. Finally, Councillor Howe, and then we'll go to Ed.
I need to pick up on a point that Councillor Bonetta and Councillor Davey also raised on car parking first. And that is quite simply, we've tried this before. We're not Exeter. As much as I agree with the sentiment, don't get me wrong, but we have very few towns that could cope with the day-to-day living, employment and everything else that Exeter provides to its residents. Also, the bus services and the train services and all the rest that Exeter has, we have a lot less of and a lot less ability to provide. I don't mind being ambitious. Cranbrook, originally, the first zones were done on that principle, and look how fast Cranbrook failed in its parking ambitions, and we had to revert to giving more parking spaces closer to the residents because it just isn't accepted. Maybe 10 years' time, who knows? We've got a plan for the future, but at present, it doesn't work. I want to pick up more on 26, as we're supposed to be talking about 26, not car parking. And my query is more on the commercial development. Now, although Mr. Freeman has raised commercial development in the first paragraph of this, it's then dropped from the rest. And I'm sitting here going, well, why shouldn't commercial development, just the same, be future-proofed? You know, these are big sheds in a lot of cases, or office blocks and all the rest of it, and we're going to ignore the future-proofing. And I also, coming back to the extensions, although there are more problems with extensions, particularly where you have listed buildings, etc. So we've got to be careful about this policy, because I don't believe we can achieve the same standards with listed buildings because of the design needs of the listing. But nevertheless, you know, we need to be careful how we do this and how we move it forward. But in general, it's not a bad document at all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howe. Ed, would you like to come back now just to answer? I know there was a lot of questions there, but also I feel like the committee's given a strong steer, especially over extensions, and whether when we receive another draft, that could be looked at slightly.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, just picking up on the extensions issue, I mean, we can certainly look into that. I think it's difficult because a lot of extensions don't require planning permission, so we'd have a massive disparity between extensions that were permitted development and those that then required planning permission. But we can certainly look into that in more detail and give you some more advice and thought to that as an issue. If I just go back sort of 10 minutes to the start of this and Councillor Davies' comments, I mean, I think it's a good point about looking more holistically at certainly development sites and not just the homes themselves, but the site as a whole. I think it's difficult to look at settlements as a whole because obviously we've only got control over the new developments coming through the local plan, and while we obviously aspire to make our settlements zero carbon, I don't think we can do that necessarily through the planning process because we only have control over that new development. But I certainly take the point that the policy focuses on individual buildings rather than communities and developments as a whole, so we can certainly look at that. And feeding into that, I think, is this notion of the 20-minute neighbourhood that I mentioned in the presentation and is referred to elsewhere in the plan, about the need to try and ensure that in terms of day-to-day trips to school, to a local shop and community facilities and things like that, that they're all within 20-minute easy walking or cycling, to encourage people to walk and cycle and leave their cars at home. And that's about a fundamental change in terms of how we design those neighbourhoods to ensure that that can be achieved. So I think we could probably make mention of that in Strategy 26 so that there's a cross-reference and we can see the link between that and its health and well-being requirements and benefits, as well as the zero carbon requirements there. In terms of Councillor Rylance's comments about specific standards, we can certainly look at referring to specific standards. It is a difficult one because standards are changing. I mean, they're largely non-existent at the moment, other than things like the passive house standard that's been mentioned, but things that we had in the past, like the Code for Sustainable Homes, for example, which is referred to in the policies in the current local plan, were done away with within a year of us adopting that local plan. And then the policy immediately becomes out of date and quite much harder to enforce. So it is quite difficult referring to specific standards. I can understand that would give greater clarity to the policy and greater certainty, so we can look at that. But until those standards exist and they're clear and we can be assured that they will continue into the future, that's potentially prone with difficulties. The other thing I noted down, I think, was about construction works and carbon emissions during construction. I think that's something we're trying to incorporate into this policy in the last paragraph, where we talk about whole life cycle carbon assessments. So that would, to my mind, be right from construction right through the whole life cycle of the building. But certainly I would agree that we need to look at that and look at how we can minimise the carbon used during construction. And very much I think that brings in new methods of construction and trying to promote those through the plan as well. Traditional methods of construction where you're building foundations from huge quantities of concrete and building from bricks and mortar are just using unnecessary levels of carbon which just aren't needed in the modern world. We should be accommodating new methods of construction and minimising carbon emissions through that process. So we can certainly look at making that clearer and integrating that more into the policy. Similar to the comments from Councillor Howe about commercial development, I think the intention was to carry these measures through for both residential and commercial developments, but I take the point that the first paragraph is the only real mention of commercial development. So certainly happy to take that away and look at that as we progress this policy.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. I think we'll take this to a straw poll now. We will obviously incorporate all the comments that have been made, but in principle, are members happy to accept the strategic policy 26 on page 183? If you could please give a green tick for that.
Chair, could I just ask if we can include inside the policy statement reference to the expectation that the energy hierarchy will be a material considerations?
Ed, is that okay?
So where Councillor Allen says a material consideration, you mean in terms of planning applications?
Yes, I do.
I would see it as more applicable to policy and directing our policy work in terms of where we locate development, how we make allocations, and then through the master planning. The latter requirements, I suppose, are those that are applicable to planning applications in terms of including building fabric, building services, clean on-site energy. So yes, I think it would be applicable in terms of those levels to planning applications, but I think that's integrated into the policies that we're currently going through. So I wouldn't see a need to refer specifically to the hierarchy in terms of planning applications.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. So going back to the straw poll, strategic policy 26, could you please give a green tick if you agree with that policy, with obviously in principle with the amendments that we've suggested? If you wish to go for option B at the bottom of page 184, which is require a higher standard, please give a red cross. Option C, plan for net zero carbon.
Before we do that vote, I'm just concerned on the one line where it says, you know, of considering rising temperatures. I think it should say changing temperatures, because we have to accommodate everything, don't we? We don't actually know exactly what will happen in 15 years' time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It might be lowering temperatures and rising temperatures within 12 months. That's my concern.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Ingham. So going back, green tick for the first option. Option B is a red cross. Option C is an electronic hand raised. And option D, please give a thumbs up.
Okay, the vote is currently taking place. So we have, oh, it's changing. Majority is a green tick.
Thank you very much for that, Wendy. We'll move now to strategic policy 27, which is on page 185. The strategic policy is there, and it is only a choice between the strategic policy or an option B, which is a more restrictive approach. So this is to do with promoting renewables and zero carbon energy. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make? Wendy, can we remove the ticks and crosses again, please?
Sorry, yeah, I'll do that.
If there's no one that wishes to make a comment, we can go straight to the straw poll. Councillor Rickson, you wish to come in?
Well, it says promoting renewables and zero carbon energy. You can promote it as much as you like, but if people can't afford to do it, then I think the government needs to be far more realistic and give better support both to businesses who may want to do this and to individuals with their properties as well. I'm sure there'd be quite a lot of businesses out there with appropriate roof lines where they could put solar panels, but they're probably on their knees financially because of COVID and trying just to survive, that they don't have the money to do this. So I think we need a much better support from national government in order to make this widely used.
From a planning policy point of view, this is all we can do from planning policy terms.
Apologies.
So we can write to government on another day, I believe. Councillor Howe, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. This is one of those that I'm very worried about because it doesn't mention at all the impact some of these supposedly renewable schemes actually occur on residents because of their smells, of their traffic and everything else. We need to be a lot more definitive somehow in how we define what zero carbon is. And I've got to come back and use the simple example of anaerobic digesters. A lot of them, small scale, on farm, absolutely. Fully support zero carbon, low smell noise, no real infrastructure needed, no transportation, because the farmer only moves it around his own farm. The commercial anaerobic digesters, where they pull resources by tractor and trailer for 50 plus miles and scour the whole countryside and even more than that, causing immense problems of traffic, congestion, smells, pollution, and everything else, can't be seen as zero carbon, but is sold as zero carbon. And the same goes for the solar panels. Great, absolutely, whole life, possibly zero carbon, not entirely sure. But should we be carte blanche giving them support if they wanted to plaster most of the AONB with solar panels or the best and most versatile farmland? We need a fair bit more meat around this to make sure we protect our countryside, our residents, and we just don't give carte blanche to zero carbon energy schemes because it's ticking a box to do it. Right place, right time, right scheme, absolutely. Just not of course we're going to support them. We can't do that. And I'm really worried about this one. So hopefully Jeff and others maybe give me some more meat. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Howe. Completely agree on the anaerobic digestate, and we'll be covering the suitable areas for solar energy in the next polling. Over to you, and then we'll come to Ed at the end again.
Yeah, going back to how Councillor Mike Howe has said about AD units, I totally agree. I've got 2 on my doorstep, and I know a lot of residents are very uptight that allegedly they're green, but they seem to be causing a lot of aggro on the roads and smells around these houses. I would love to see less solar farms in the open countryside. I know it's good for getting energy, but we haven't got that much countryside. So, and then we've got all these industrial roofs. We've got all these houses being built, solar panels on the roofs, orientation of roofs to put solar panels on at a later date, possibly. There's things like that. Just to go down the road of promoting solar panels, and then we will have massive areas in our open countryside with it. I don't think it's that's the best way to go. And just going back to the last item, you were discussing extension to houses. Also, we need to consider change of use. If a cattle shed is built, it won't need to be zero energy, zero carbon, obviously for cows, but once it becomes a change of use and it becomes an industrial unit, then it needs to be considered with the right energy credentials. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Young. Councillor Allen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I can't vote for this for the very reasons Mike Howe and Jeff Young have put forward. This is too carte blanche. It doesn't exclude large-scale industrial developments, such as large-scale solar farms and large-scale aerobic digesters. So unless we can find some mechanism for ensuring that the environment and the community is protected, I'm sorry, I can't vote for this. I approve of the principle, but it needs a protection element installed. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Allen. Councillor Davey, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, I support what the previous speakers have just said, and I wonder if one way round this would be to require developments in renewable energy to produce a carbon statement, just as we're expecting from housing developments. They have to show how they're going to achieve zero carbon. And by the way, if it's going to be through offsetting, we need to make sure that that is really rigorous and not just a bit of greenwashing. But I think perhaps if you know, an anaerobic digester has to show how much energy it will produce and how much energy will actually be used in transporting material to that, then we can decide if there's a net gain or not. Similarly with solar farms, they will need to show that the energy produced in the actual construction of the panels and the installation will be lower than that produced by the panels during their lifetime. On the question of solar farms, I echo what my colleagues say, but we live in a market economy, and if you create a market economy and you support a market economy, that's what you're going to get. So, you know, you can't sort of have it both ways. At the moment, there is very little support for individual homeowners to put panels on their roofs. You need a fair bit of capital behind you. I have solar panels. They're not doing much today, but they are there. So until you change the playing field, you're stuck with what you've created. I'm happy to support this policy because I think that for a lot of farmers, given the economies of farming, once again, down to the market economy, you are going to find that the siting solar farms on farmland is going to be attractive because they can't make a living else, through farming. You're stuck with what you've got.
Thanks very much, Councillor Davey. Councillor Ingham, you're our last speaker on this, and then we'll go to Ed.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at page 185, the strategy, and then option B. Well, my copy is in black and white, but I think the statements are far too black and white, and I'm minded to agree with Councillor Allen. I don't want to not support this, but I think we have to be a bit more careful on the wording within policy 27, in that are we going to support solar panels usage all the way. If there comes a time when at a national level, we recognise that the production of certain solar panels is inappropriate, do we act on that? Does that help us take a decision? Because we're using too much plastic, for example, that's why I say that. And with regards to the landscape, yes, I am concerned, that we should be putting in somewhere a get out clause where if we think it's inappropriate, let's say grade A land or whatever, then you can't do it there. Or well, we already do that. But coming back further down the scale, I think we need to be able to have more flexibility in this policy. And I understand Councillor Allen's concerns, Chair. I don't know what others think. Could we this morning define that a bit more clearly, just a couple more lines?
Definitely, I think. Ed, can I bring you in? I think that's a pretty apt time to bring you into the debate. All of these are able to be amended and will be amended. So with what the direction of the committee seems to be is that we would like a more restrictive approach while still accepting the policy in general.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, just to clarify, I mean, what you've got in front of you is the outline of a policy. It's not even draft wording for the policy. So the intention was to engage members in this kind of debate about what you wanted the policy to say. So I hear what members are saying. We can obviously incorporate that into the wording of the policy as things progress. I would say our view as officers, and we did discuss this in a team meeting about how strong this policy should be, was that we are in a climate change emergency and we need to accept that we're going to have to make some difficult decisions to address that. And part of that is going to be about generating more renewable energies, and the impact of that may well be that some of those developments have a landscape impact. But ultimately, seeing the bigger picture, we felt that addressing the climate change justified having a strong policy to support these kind of developments to address the bigger picture issue here of the climate change emergency and what kind of world we're going to be living in the future if we don't do these sorts of things, and accepting perhaps a greater impact on things like landscape from those sorts of developments to address that bigger picture issue. So I'll throw that in there. But in terms of the policy, certainly we can look at more of a criteria-based policy that looks to have more regard to landscape protection, has more caveats in place to address those sorts of concerns that members are raising. We can also address the AD plants issue. I would say that it is addressed in policy 50, farm diversification, elsewhere in the plan. I think we put it in there because energy production is sort of a byproduct of AD plants. Obviously, there is a much bigger issue there in terms of what's happening to waste from farms that's being addressed through AD plants, which we needed to respond to in terms of the farm diversification policy, but we can link across in terms of energy production as well. The other thing I'd noted down was about the change of use of cattle sheds. I think Councillor Young raised that. I would say for most cases, though, nowadays, those are under permitted development rights and just subject to a prior approval process. And that prior approval process doesn't enable us to consider things like energy credentials. So we would require a change from government to their approach to those developments to be able to apply our approach to zero carbon development to those forms of development, unfortunately. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ed. I'm going to take Councillor Arnott next. Councillor Howell and Councillor Young, you've already spoken on this item. With 3 items through, probably 50 of what we should be doing today. So I will only be allowing members to speak once and only calling you once. So Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I won't need more than 20, 25 minutes on this point. 20, 25 seconds, time me. I'd like to come in behind Councillor Ingham, Councillor Howe, and all others who have expressed reservations about ADs and about solar panels. And I'd love to see us be quite tough about this, very mindful of what Ed has just said, which is very reassuring. What we all know is that anaerobic digestion and also solar panels in fields in open countryside has been gamed, hasn't it, by the people involved? And I think as a council, we need to make a very clear statement through this that we get that, but we're against it. But I'm mindful, Chair, and thank you that I think Ed's taken that into consideration already. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So obviously everything that's been said and the clarification from Ed, would members please give us a green tick if you're in support of the policy, or a red cross if you'd prefer the more restrictive approach?
I'm just waiting for everyone to put in their votes. Okay, it seems to have stopped. So it is, the majority is in support.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Strategic Policy 28. There are no other alternates for this, so there will be no vote needed. But does anyone have any comments they wish to make? Wendy, can we please clear the? Thank you.
What page are we on, Chair, please?
We are on page 186. It's the top two. Councillor Rylance, over to you.
Thank you. Ed, is there a figure to put on the biodiversity net gain, or are we just abiding by national standards on that? That's my question.
Through Chair, I thought we were on 28 suitable areas for solar energy developments.
I'm looking at the last sentence. Proposals will also be expected to demonstrate biodiversity net gain.
Oh, I see. Yes, so I mean, they would be expected to comply with our requirements for biodiversity net gain, which we will come on to later, but currently is for 20% net gain, as discussed at a previous meeting. I would just say, actually, Chairman, that it may be worth considering 28 and 29 together, and there are alternatives to both of them on the following page.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, so apologies. So 186, we will take both together, 28 and 29. Obviously at the top of page 186 is the two preferred options, and then at 187 there's options B, C, and D, but both there's two listed as B. It's not confusing enough. It's Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. On 28, I agree with it, but I don't agree with the map totally. A lot of the Cliss Valley Regional Park has got solar panels proposals throughout it. One of the policies of the Cliss Valley Regional Park is to plant more trees, improve biodiversity, etc., which we need to do. We can't do that at the same time as allowing solar farms all over the place. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Young. Councillor Howe, over to you.
Thank you. Councillor, agreeing with Councillor Young, you know, I don't think it should be in certain restricted areas where we are trying to improve wildlife, and particularly green open travel. It seems ridiculous sticking solar panels in those areas where we already have a policy protecting the green open countryside in those areas. So I think they need to come out. But I do want to pick up about wind energy, because this seems to be geared purely for large scale wind energy, large single turbines, but there is a growing trend national or internationally for very small homeowner wind energy, and they're getting much better with no noise, very low wind ability and everything else. And I'm just wondering where it comes on retrofitting and everything else, because it doesn't seem to cover that for me on individual homeowners or even commercial buildings, which solar panels aren't always the best way. Wind energy can be a part now, particularly on homeowners and everything else. So I've got a real question mark over that. But fundamentally, otherwise, I really can't support where we're mapping solar energy in aspects we've already identified as important: wildlife, open aspects, and everything else. So it makes a contradiction of the policies. But yeah, we'll see.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howe. Councillor Moulding.
Thank you, Chair. I notice on the map that there's a significant green splodge around the Axminster area, and certainly going east of Axminster, that probably incorporates Hawkchurch, where already there is a huge amount of solar development, and not always popular. And we need to be able to put some restraints on this where possible, because it's the balance, isn't it, between solar energy, a good landscape, and the agricultural profession, which operates very much so in the Axminster area. So I know that I looked at the options, and the options for option B, I can't really support. I see the officers were at one time favouring an approach to create a presumption in favour of development, and then I'm pleased to say reverted back to Strategic Policy 28, which I would support.
Thanks very much, Councillor Moulding. Councillor Ingham, you'd like to come in now, please?
I'll try, Chair. Eventually got there. Thank you. I think there is a significant difference between 28 and 29 and the different needs of support. I'm always mindful of how in this county, in comparison to Cornwall, we do so little with regard to wind energy. And I'd like us to consider saying that, for 28 it stays as it is, but for 29, perhaps we need something towards option B, a bit more consideration, because there are restrictions on where you can actually put these wind farms, isn't there, Chair? So I think we really have to start giving wind energy or land-based wind energy in our district as much support as possible, so we, forgive the pun, get it off the ground. And we should do that. So would members be mindful of or be prepared to do a cross between option B and 29 as is to encourage more wind farms? I think we need to. Thanks, Chair.
I'll take them as separate votes in that case, Councillor Ingham. Councillor Arnott, over to you.
So sorry, Chair, it's this random thumbs up thing happening again. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, over to you.
All I wanted to do was add into strategy 28 after heritage, comma, good agricultural land. That's my proposal.
Seems
Chair.
very sensible. I'm happy to accept that. Councillor Bonetta, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would like to. I'd like to support what Councillor Allen has just said, but for both 28 and 29, I think actually Councillor Ingham raises a really good point about wind in terms of the areas that we are in. We do, in terms of planning, what we can offer is sites. We can't obviously necessarily develop it as a council, obviously, but in terms of sites, I think we do need to give a lot of support to the renewable energy industries, and a lot of support is needed, obviously, as we go forward and as more demand is required from those different industries. So I would be minded to agree with Councillor Ingham. In terms of the site allocations for solar energy. I think it's great to see that there is so much space that we've set aside, that has been set aside for it. I think that solar energy is going to be absolutely crucial as we move forward. I am definitely glad to see that the AONBs are protected from this, however, and I am minded to agree that maybe some more consideration may be needed surrounding the Cliffs Valley Regional Park to stop any discrepancies or hypocrisies taking place there. However, on the whole, I do think that actually having great support for solar energy and wind energy is completely needed, and overall, I support these two policies. But I am minded to agree with Councillor Ingham on the wind point. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bonetta. Do you have anything you wish to add at this point?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things, really. One, on the wind energy front, I would just say that there are very few opportunities for viable and operational wind energy in the district, which is what's shown on page 227. Those purpley areas are the only places in the district where the consultants who did our low carbon study have identified as suitable locations where you could generate enough wind to make it viable and operate wind turbines. So it's not that we don't necessarily support wind energy. I think it's just that the district is not windy enough fundamentally to make that viable. So there's just limited opportunities for doing that. In terms of the Cliffs Valley Regional Park, I would say obviously there are policies elsewhere in the plan that look to protect the Cliffs Valley Regional Park from inappropriate development that would undermine its purposes and intentions. So obviously we can try and link across to that in terms of this policy, but I wouldn't necessarily say that having solar panels in the regional park is inappropriate in itself. They're increasingly becoming a common part of the countryside for reasons that we're well aware of, but clearly we wouldn't want it to prevent suitable forms of access and routes through, or undermine natural corridors, wildlife corridors, etc. within the country park. So there needs to be some additional control in that area, I would agree. I think that was it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bailey, over to you.
Only a very quick point, and that's that my understanding is that the airport might also restrict the ability for wind energy in the district, which is perhaps why there's less than in other places. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I think we'll take it to a vote now. If we can go for, we'll start with policy 28, which is the solar energy development. Green tick if you're for the proposal, red cross for option B, option C is a hand up, and option D is a thumbs up.
Chair, I'm just concerned that good quality agricultural land is part of what we're voting on.
I think that those comments have been made to Ed, and he will bring them forward when we review the policy. I think all of these options are taken on. It's more of a general principle. Do we accept the strategic with the comments that we're making today?
Yeah, the point being, Chair, that it's a very important modification of the policy. I mean, we can't just say, yes, we'll go ahead with the wording as it is when we don't agree with it.
Chair, if I can help on this, the plan has to be read as a whole. So there are policies elsewhere that protect the Cliffs Valley Regional Park, protect high quality agricultural land, protect the airport, safeguarding areas as raised by Councillor Bailey. So all of those things will be taken into account in terms of decision making, because the plan and all its policies will be read as a whole when considering any planning applications against these policies. I take the point about whether or not we want to actually specifically mention those items in this policy, and we'll take that away and have a look at that in how we move forward with the wording of this policy. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So members, can you please vote now?
Okay, Chair. So the majority have shown support for the green ticks.
Thank you very much. Now it's the same vote for strategy 29, which is on wind. Could you please vote again? Same options, same process.
No, please repeat, Chair. What was it?
So it's green tick for you, you're in support. Red cross, option B. Hand up, option C. Thumbs up, option D. And it will be the same all day long.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the final votes to come in. Okay, Chair, majority have shown support for green ticks.
Thank you very much. So we now move to policy 30, which is energy storage. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make? So for this, and just for members' reference, this is page 190. The strategic policy is 30, and it's at the top of the page 190. And then on page 191, you have options B, which is identify suitable areas, and option C, have a more restrictive policy. If we've got no one wishing to make comment, could I please just take it straight to a vote? Councillor Rylance, over to you.
Sorry, Chair, I just have a very quick question. Is this going to be in conjunction with the general policy of having photovoltaics on the roofs of new developments? I mean, are we storing photovoltaic energy here? That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Panetta.
Thank you, Chair. Just a really quick comment. I am obviously in support of this. I think it's really, really important. However, anything we do, obviously, in terms of energy storage and battery storage does need to be done in tandem with national grid policy and making sure that all of that is kept up to date as well. I know that there are some severe limitations within the national grid in terms of storing electricity itself. So obviously restricting it to sort of renewable uses, I think is a key thing to note. But also, I think it's also important to note in terms of energy storage, one of the biggest methods of storing energy coming into the future, and the biggest batteries that people may own are going to be their electric cars. So maybe some sort of respect for how that sort of technology could come into play could be quite interesting to look at. But yes, overall in support. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Ed, do you have anything? Well, could you cover off Councillor Rylance's question and anything you wish to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So in terms of Councillor Rylance's question, it would be storing any renewable energy, whether it's produced through solar panels, wind turbines, whatever. It's part of the resilience of the network would be being able to store that energy, as obviously it can't necessarily be used directly at the time it's being generated. And obviously our needs extend beyond that time frame. So it would be for any storage. I think the policies envisaged to be more on a commercial scale of storage rather than necessarily domestic, because domestic battery storage generally doesn't require permission, which probably feeds into Councillor Bonetta's point about electric vehicles. I know there's been lots of talk about people then connecting their electric vehicles back into the grid at night so that it can, energy stored in it can be an additional reserve for the grid. But I don't think any of that would require planning permission under the current legislation. So the policy was worded more with commercial scale storage in mind. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Councillor Moulding, you're not on mute. Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Just mindful of the aesthetics of energy storage. Chair, you know, there's different ways of providing electrical power supply, isn't there? You can do it in a hurry and finish the job in 2 weeks, and it's a blot on the landscape for the next 20, 30 years. Or you can take your time about it, be discreet, and you may not even notice that they're there, especially if it's underground. Now, I'm not suggesting that energy storage, all energy storage in East Devon should be, underground, but can we be mindful of the aesthetics of a location? So, option B says, be more definitive about the areas where you can do it. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about trying to make these energy storage areas as discreet as possible. Can we consider that, Chair? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Young, you wish to come in? I think you're on mute, Councillor Young. You need to press your button.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Bear in mind with batteries at the moment, they're using rare metals, and how green are they? Large plants do generate a lot of noise that needs to be taken into account. And picking up on the point about cars and batteries, that is one of the government policies at the moment, that cars will be connected to the houses to provide battery storage and provide power to the house at peak periods, and then take charging at low periods. So that is a big consideration. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Ed, do you have anything you wish to add?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, really, just to repeat the point I made on the previous policy, really, is that all of these policies will be read together when it comes to decision making. So I hear Councillor Ingham's point about sort of the design and visual appearance of these storage facilities, but there are other policies elsewhere in the plan that seek to govern design and appearance of development that would be a material consideration against any planning applications for this form of development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll take this to a vote now. We'll stick to the same. It's only A, B, and C now. So could members please vote, please?
Okay, Chair, I'm just waiting for the final votes to come in. So the majority is for option A, green tick.
Thanks very much, Wendy. We move to policy 31, which is heat networks, which is page 192. And then the alternative options are at the bottom of page 192, going on to page 193. It is only option A or B. Do members have any comments? If not, Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Yes, Chair, I just want to reassure members. I like this because what we're saying is if you've got a new settlement, you've got to do it. If you haven't, you won't. That's what it applies to. I believe that's right, isn't it, Ed? So you're saying, you can't build a new village come town without doing this. But with 1,200, it's not going to be anywhere else. Is that right, Ed?
Through you, Chair, I think in terms of a new settlement, yes, I don't think there are any other allocations currently in the plan of 1,200 homes or more. But obviously another key aspect of this is where you're within 1 kilometre of an existing heat network of needing to connect to that, which I think is key, that we maximise the opportunities from the existing networks that we have in the enterprise zone.
Thanks very much, Ed. Councillor Davey, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just slightly concerned that the existing heat network will actually have capacity to supply all these extra homes, and that this might actually create complications in future. I'm a little sceptical about heat networks anyway, because I kind of feel they should be unnecessary if homes were properly designed. But I have read some of the information, and I appreciate that they are seen as certainly a contributor to lower carbon development. But I just wonder if Ed could answer the point about whether there would be existing capacity. I'm sort of imagining if something is built near Cranbrook, does that mean it'll have to connect to a heat network that has already proved not entirely satisfactory to some people anyway?
Ed, we are going to have to update the capacity anyway. There isn't enough capacity for what we've already got planned, isn't there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So obviously there's a massive increase in demand on the heat network from the expansion areas from Cranbrook. So that's looking at options for putting in extensions to the energy centre that you'll see up next to Science Park to facilitate that. I mean, currently in terms of the allocations in this plan, we haven't actually put that much growth in that part. Well, yeah, not at Cranbrook, but elsewhere within the West End, there obviously are, and we need to look at the impact of that on that network and factor that in the same way that we need to factor in the impact on infrastructure of all of the allocations. So that's discussions we will need to have with E.ON, who own and operate that network as things stand, and all the other infrastructure providers to ensure that there is sufficient capacity to meet those needs.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blakey, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. A quick question for Ed with regard to the proposed distance of only 1 kilometre. It seems to me to be quite unambitious, and I would have thought that 2.5 kilometres arbitrarily would be more sensible, particularly where we're looking at the West End and Cranbrook being the sort of the centre of these things. Anything that gets built in the future between sort of Cranbrook and the outskirts of Exeter could be connected to the heat network quite easily, I would have thought, and that maybe a 1 kilometre limit would be a bit too comfortable of a cop-out for potential developers looking to build in anywhere really, but in the West End particularly in the future.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Blakey. We'll come to Ed at the end. Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I totally agree with the distance. That's one of the points I was picking up on. You can get a lot more distance from energy from waste plant to housing. There's not much fall off with these soup insulated pipes. It doesn't mention what sort of generation, and I would like to see some effort into making sure that the energy is actually green and not gas or anything silly like that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Arnott, over to you.
It's happening again, Chair. Sorry about that. Random.
No problem at all. So with no one else wishing to speak, Ed, can you just cover off the points made, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to clarify, I mean, I think it's 1 kilometre of the network rather than 1 kilometre of the energy centre. So I think it would take in quite a large area. I think the issue of extending it beyond that is not so much in terms of loss of heat, but the cost of doing that, which has come through the low energy study and low carbon study, in terms of what's actually viable, which is obviously something we need to be mindful of going through this, but happy to investigate that further and see if we could extend that out. But I think those are the factors that have led to the 1 kilometre being proposed at this stage. In terms of whether or not it is green energy, as members will be aware, we're obviously looking at how we can transition the energy centre and the heat network that exists away from carbon and to renewable sources using waste heat from energy from waste plant that's coming forward in the district. So we very much hope that in the future that will be green energy in the sense that it would be waste heat from a facility that is needed to manage waste and would be generating that heat anyway. So maximising that and recycling that through the network would form a green energy to my mind. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. So with no other members wishing to speak, can we go for green ticks, red cross, options A or B? Could you vote now, please?
Thanks, Chair. Just waiting for the final votes to come in. So the majority have voted for option A, green ticks.
Thank you very much. So we move on, page 194. Strategic Policy 32, embodied carbon. The rejected option B is on the same page. So again, it's just option A or B. Does any member have anything they wish to say on the matter, or are we happy just to take it straight to a vote? Councillor Arnott, is this a...
Yeah, authentic, Chair. Thank you about that. Very briefly, I'll vote for this. I'm concerned in a way with it. It's a no-brainer, isn't it? On the other hand, I do wonder how this sits with our policies and national policies in wanting to regenerate brownfield sites, because the reality is probably if you have a large site that's old, there'll almost certainly be, chemicals in the ground. The foundations are highly unlikely to be suitable for any form of new construction. So I can see what we're getting at here and the ambition. But I also note that it does say replacement of existing habitable buildings only be supported in exceptional circumstances. So I think moving forward, we'll have to take a balanced view on that probably. But yeah, I'll support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. So with no other members wishing to speak, can the committee please vote option A, option B, please?
Thank you, Chair. The majority have shown support for option A, green ticks.
Thank you very much. So we move on. 33, flooding. The option B is on the same page as well, to not have a policy on it. So it is, do we have a policy or not on flooding? If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. If not, we'll take it straight to a vote. No, so can we just take that to a vote? Option A or B, please vote now.
Thank you, Chair. The majority have shown option A.
Thank you very much. Moving on, page 197, policy 34, coastal change management areas. It's either we accept that the policy, or the option B is have a blanket policy without provision for coastal change vulnerabilities assessment. Does anyone have anything they wish to ask? If not, again, we'll take it straight to a vote. Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you. We need to take great care on when this policy. No, we haven't seen the final mapping, and we need to consider it very, very carefully, because it will affect some development, it will affect some properties, and it will affect some people's livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciated. No other member wishes to speak. So again, could we vote for option A or B? Can you vote now, please?
Majority for option A.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Policy 35, relocation of uses affected by coastal change. It's whether we have a policy or not. So does anyone have anything they wish to say? No, so we'll take that straight to a vote. Option A or B, can you please vote now?
Majority for option A.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Page 199. This will be the last one we vote for before lunch. So it's developing, affecting coastal erosion. And option B is not to have a policy. Does anyone have any questions they wish to ask? No, so we'll take that straight to a vote. Option A or B, can you please vote now?
Majority have shown support for option A.
Thank you very much for that, Wendy. We'll now take a short break for lunch. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. Hopefully half an hour will be enough for everyone. I'll see you back when we get there. Thank you.
Chair.
Councillor Bailey, do you have anything you...
Oh, I was only going to ask, what's the approach going to be this afternoon, please?
It'd be the exact same. So we move on to agenda chapter 9, each strategic policy, and it's just going all the way through.
When will we be talking about strategy 1?
Once we get to the end.
Okay, thank you.
Wendy, sorry, I cut across you there.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Can I just check that you're happy for me to just keep the live stream running? Everyone mutes and turn their cameras off, and we'll just put the slide up saying come back at 1. Are you happy for that?
More than happy.
Lovely.
Councillor Moulding, you've got your hand up.
I just wondered if you had any indication at all of when you might set a finish time, because it appears to me that you're not going to finish all this today.
We won't be finishing all day.
And like others, I'm sure we have other meetings to go to. I have a meeting to go to this evening. I won't be able to remain in this meeting later than about 4:30. So I just wondered if you had any indication.
The meeting won't go on any longer than 4 o'clock. I've said, I think that's fair enough.
Thank you, Chair.
That's
See you for lunch, everyone.
PM, 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Will it carry on another day then, do you think?
Yeah, we're going to have to go until January. Wendy, are you ready to go?
I don't know if you want to do a quick roll call, or should we just go through my screen to see if anyone is still missing.
We can do a quick roll call.
Yep. Okay.
I'm present.
I can see a few committee members haven't turned their camera on, so I'm not sure. Right, I'll start the roll call anyway. Right, so Chair, you're present. Councillor Davey.
Present. Just.
Councillor Allen.
Yeah, I'm here.
Councillor Arnott.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Blakey.
Present.
Councillor Bonetta.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Hayward.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Howe.
Present for now, thank you.
Councillor Ingham.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Moulding.
Present.
Councillor Pratt.
Present.
Councillor Rylance.
I'm here.
And Councillor Skinner left. So we're all here.
Thanks very much, Wendy. So now we're moving on to chapter 9, which is meeting the housing need for all. It starts at page 200, but the first strategic policy that we're going to be discussing starts on page 202, and that's policy 39, affordable housing, with the additional options, option B, listed on page 205. So we have Councillor Paul Miller who wishes to start. So Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to thank you for your excellent chairing of this meeting. It's been really easy to follow, so thanks for that. So this, I find this item on affordable housing really depressing, and I'm sure others might as well. So on the government's policy on 25% of affordable homes that we do deliver having to be first homes, I find to be really concerning. I shared an article on the chat earlier from Inside Housing, which describes how it has such limited social value, first homes. And I would say that the first home scheme that central government have done, and I'll particularly say that in our area due to the gulf between, as everybody knows, between the very high house prices and very low wages in the southwest. So I've been doing some reading because Ed's advice, officer advice on page 205 is that we're going to have to reject, or the advice is it would be very high risk to depart from government policy or guidance. So my understanding was that, it's impossible to depart from law, but if government guidance and policy is not going to help a situation, it's worth at least trying to challenge that. And I think it's worth just having maybe a debate about it, because I'm really worried about the sort of, and I think it is mentioned by Ed that this first homes policy is really going to limit the potential for other forms of social housing which actually do fulfill a greater social need, because they're going to be, social housing for rent, affordable housing for rent is much more likely to be accessible for people who are struggling on our housing waiting list. So, I mean, I'm aware, for example, that the local MP, Simon Jupp, is actually quite passionate about social housing. One of the few qualities I agree with him, for a few views I agree with him on. And I just would like us to challenge this more, because it is such an important aspect, as much as climate change. Our delivery of affordable housing is just so important. I mean, I would say I'm quite radical on this issue. I believe that if you're going to build on greenfield land, the only excuse is to generate social value. I don't think there's any other excuse to build houses, because from looking at what's happened to this country in the last 20, 30 years, we are building houses that seem to be affordable only to people who already own homes in many circumstances. buy-to-let investors, people, and the people who I support in my ward who are struggling, who really can't afford to save for mortgages, are in a really difficult situation. So anything we can do to maximise the effectiveness or the value of our affordable housing policy would be welcome. And I really hope it's something the committee can focus on, not just at this iteration of the draft, but as it goes forward. I want this council to have the strongest possible affordable housing policies. We need to look to whichever other council is leading on this, is the best example in the country, and we need to match that at least. It is such an important issue in the Southwest. So just finally, Chair, reading the government statement from it was back in May 2021, announcing this diktat on first homes that all councils should, but it doesn't say must follow. That part of this suggests that councils can, because there's a minimum of 30% discount on market value of the property, but local authorities will be able to set a deeper minimum discount of either 40% or 50% and impose lower price caps. I would feel a lot more comfortable about us sort of just going ahead and sort of challenging this as a high risk approach, if I could seek assurance from Mr. Freeman or from the committee, or politically, that we will be trying our best to get that 40 to 50% reduction in the market value, so it can be accessible to more local people. So I would welcome other views from the committee on this issue. It is the only issue I'll be speaking on in this meeting. It's definitely the issue on this council that I'm most passionate about. I wouldn't say I have a deep knowledge about strategic planning issues. I'm learning all the time, but I do think, just from my experience of being a councillor, this section to me stands out as part of the plan that depresses me, I must admit. And anything we can do to really maximise that social value from the houses we build is something I would very much support. And I think hopefully colleagues would agree with that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Miller. We'll come to Mr. Freeman at the end. I'll just we're not doing inside outside of committee at the moment. I'll just take the hands as they've been raised. So Councillor Rylance, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to repeat everything that Councillor Miller just said, but I do agree with vast tracts of what he just said. It's rather depressing to see the word social housing removed from this policy, and a reliance on affordable and reliance on the private market, the private rental market, to supply the housing needs of our residents. Now, we know that we have 4,500 people sitting on our council house waiting list. That's not for no reason. That's because they cannot find anywhere that's affordable enough for them to live in, and to be able to stay and raise their children. Those people need something that the market is not providing right now. And we've been stuck in a building programme for the last 15 years that is absolutely not delivering what the residents of our district need. And so can we please reintroduce social housing into this policy? Because social housing has to form part of the mix. We cannot deliver the houses that our residents need through this notion of affordable housing, because it's not affordable. It is simply not affordable. I mean, I'm sure we're all in our own wards dealing with people who are either homeless or on the verge of being made homeless because they simply can't afford the rent. And if you're not, I mean, I'd be intrigued to know about where that's not happening. So this just feels like more of what we've been doing for the last 15 years. And I just can be a bit more ambitious about the actual affordability, because affordable doesn't mean affordable for so many people. I mean, apart from that, I quite liked the independent financial assessment bit. Being able to independently assess the viability. How can we ensure that that is actually actionable? That's what I'd like to know. That's one of the big things I'd like to know.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rylance. Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Now we want as much affordable housing as possible, and as the government strategy of insisting that we up our quota of housing by 40% to get our housing more affordable. I would like to see that continued if we can prove that policy does work. However, a hidden consequence of weighting the district to the west of the area is that we'll end up with youngsters in the west of the area, leaving the more elderly in the 2/3 of the east of the district. Because if you just look at Cranbrook, the age of Cranbrook is very much dissimilar to the rest of East Devon. Therefore, we're going to end up with people having to leave the east of the area to be able to afford a house in the west of the area. Okay, it's half an hour journey, but that does make a difference to when they visit their relations in the east of the area. So we're almost, the consequence of this policy could be that we'll end up with a young 1/3 and a 2/3 of old people. Just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Young. Councillor Rickson, over to you.
I agree with the comments from Councillor Rylance and also Councillor Young. And I am also concerned about the imbalance that we have in our local economy. 43% of retirees live in Sidmouth and 45% in Seaton. At what level does this become unsustainable? Because you cannot just have a population of ever-growing percentage in terms of the higher age groups, because it isn't going to work. But how you can address the balance, I really don't know.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rickson. Councillor Bonetta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to completely agree with everything that Councillor Rylance and Councillor Miller just said with regards to affordable housing. They're completely right. Affordable housing, it's in quotation marks. It's not affordable. I, for one, would not be able to afford affordable housing, and I know so many people my age. In fact, probably about 95 to 97% of people my age I know would not be able to afford it. Even on the affordable end of the spectrum, there is definitely something that needs to be done there, and Councillor Miller is quite right there. It is a should, not a must, on a lot of these policies. I think we need to go above and beyond in terms of affordable housing, but also looking at social housing is so important, and boosting our council housing abilities. Councillor Rylance was quite right. We have more people on our waiting list for council houses than we have currently housed in our housing stock. That is the single biggest issue in our council at the moment, to do with our council properties. That is the single biggest issue that we're going to see going into the future in our district. There's a massive disparity between wages and property prices in the southwest. I think it's something like you have to work for 13 years at the moment on the average wage in the southwest, and put all of that money into a house just to be able to afford the house price. It is utterly ridiculous. That's all I'll say on that point specifically. However, I would also like to give a massive bit of support actually to the section in this policy about community land trusts. They are extremely important. Again, going on the affordable housing sort of side of the policy, and I think that is an important way for towns and parishes to get involved in that. Overall, I do support the policy. I just think that more scope is needed to go further and beyond what the government is saying. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bonetta. Councillor Allen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think that affordable housing has always been something that this council over 40 years has wanted to make sure developed, and signally has been thwarted by government planning policy. But the one place where we achieved a high level of affordable housing was actually at Cranbrook, and that skewed the population, as has been stated. What I think is that saying we should seek at least 10% of affordable housing is far too low. It's absolutely out of proportion to the balance in the population and the balance of need. And there is clear evidence in every respect that there should be at least 25% of affordable housing sought in any major development. And that of that 25%, 1/4 should be for first homes. If we do it any other way, then we are condemning our population to a situation which is going to be completely unsustainable, because this population, income-wise, gets less, something like 90% or less than happens up country. We have to build an inclusive policy, and that's why I introduced one. Thank you.
Very much, Councillor Allen. I think there's been a lot of talk on the affordable housing. We discussed this at an earlier strategic planning committee meeting, and I believe it was the wish of the committee to reduce the amount of affordable housing to then increase the amount of infrastructure, realise the amount of infrastructure, recognising that the affordable isn't affordable in the district, and that if we are keen to look at social housing, that it would be the district leading on that matter, working with partners, but then it would be the district council and the HRA arm of the council taking forward social housing to fill that gap. I may be completely wrong there, but Ed, that is what was discussed previously, wasn't it?
If I could comment, Chair, just before Ed does, and then he can sweep it up. There is nothing stopping an exception being made if viability causes it to be made. And if we specify from the start that it's 25% and negotiate on the basis of viability and infrastructure, there's no reason why we can't end up with where we want to be. If we set it too low, and we've done this before, it always works out that we lose even that small proportion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Allen. Councillor Howe, it's over to you next.
I'm happy to come after Councillor Arnott on this occasion, please.
Okay, Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Blimey, I'm fearing some enormous trap. I'm sure it's not there. Thank you very much, Councillor Howe, for allowing me to go before you. This is extraordinarily complex, Chair, as you have just outlined. So collectively, what we want is to be able to provide more, I always call it attainable homes, just stuff that people could realistically afford to move into. And what this council and this administration is trying to do very hard, as you define very well, and I'm sure Ed will come back on, is to do this via other means with us as a leading entity in that. What's being set out here effectively is what we want to do, or what needs to be done in terms of setting terms of trade in a way for the private sector who have to deliver. So that goes to a couple of other points. First of all, the absolute crisis at the moment is primarily in the complete lack of houses for rent, houses or flats for rent. That is terrifying, and that is driving homelessness right now in East Devon as anywhere else. So that the line of least resistance to that, probably to address that, is through our own work as a council, and we're very committed to that. The second thing I'd say, and I obviously completely agree with what Councillor Bonetta and Councillor Miller said, but to Councillor Bonetta, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because I mean, I certainly couldn't even dream of a house that I would slightly own. I still don't own it, to be quite honest. The mortgage company does, until I was in my early 30s, and that's how it was. And I was lucky. I lived in a matchbox, but seriously, and I know that's not what Jake is saying, but the expectation can't be that you have the automatic right to move into a house that you can own, age 25, say, even. It just doesn't work like that in the real world when you're having to save deposits and so forth. But a counterpoint to that is, and supporting what Jake has said nevertheless, is there's a demand that I don't think we recognise very well. It's aspirational, it's young people, and it's young people who do not want to live in council houses, whatever you want to call them. They simply want to move into something they can afford, perhaps on a joint mortgage to start off with. You know, they're in their late 20s, early 30s, they're building a family, and they want to keep away from the council sector. It's not part of their values, it's not what their families have done. So I'm very concerned across the entire sort of picture, really. We need to be able to make sure that developers can build some of those units as well. And you're looking at asking prices 200,000 and up, something like that, that's in reach, you know, for people who can package some money together. And that then goes to the point of what Councillor Allen is saying, which is where if we demand that developers build 25% of a site as affordable, they will come back on viability and say, no, that's the problem. We know that. I've got an office I work from at the moment in Seaton on the Tesco estate of all places. That's where I am today. And we well remember 40% became 25%, became 0%, and they got away with it. And I'm sure we'll get some overage out of this place one day, you know, but there's still a couple of years from finishing it. So I'm just trying to say, Chair, it's a very nuanced picture, this. And weirdly, we have to take the initiative ourselves, but we must also work with the private sector and not frighten the horses, if you see what I mean. We need to make sure they do deliver a percentage, but we can't demand that they deliver 40% anymore because they're just not going to do it. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Arnott. You put it a lot better than I ever could. Councillor Howe, over to you.
Thank you. And it's a mixed bag. And thank you, Councillor Arnott, for trying to sum up what I suppose I've been thinking, but not quite agreeing with you in the same way. Planning rules, laws have changed a lot over the years. And those days of where Councillor Arnott is sat currently have thankfully gone, because now viability should be up front, not challenged afterwards. And this is where I think I'm coming from. And this is not changing anything that any other councillor has said before me at all. In fact, I agree with virtually every word of everyone, although I'm struggling with Councillor Miller's 40%. That's because I just don't see how we can achieve it, not that it shouldn't be ambitious. But coming back to policy 37, and this is where I think Councillor Allen is partly right, Councillor Arnott is partly right, but we need to change the wording. And this is where I am slightly concerned, because we are seeking at least 10% of the total number of proposed homes, seeking at least 25%, 20% of the, you know, the word seeking needs to be changed to a minimum of, and actually above that, we should be seeking to get 25% of the total number of proposed homes and 40% of the affordable homes delivered, subject to viability, to bring it back down to the minimums that are currently specified in this policy. If they can't achieve that, and that will be shown on the first stages of viability, we shouldn't be developing those fields. It's quite simple. We need policies that develop and produce the land and the housing we need as a community and as a district. And it is quite simple. We set those standards, and we need to live up to those standards. And if we're not getting the housing because they're choosing land that they think they can develop better but not make any affordable, then we need to say no to it. We need affordable housing in this district. So I look forward to Ed's comments, and sorry, Ed, but you know, we have to set a standard. And the only other thing we can do is limit, as number of neighbourhood plans, I believe, have done now, and also Cornwall, in certain areas, stop second home ownership. We need to demand new homes, and we can only do it on new homes. We can't do it retrospectively. are sold to people for their main residence only, and stop all the rest of the Airbnbs and everything else on new homes. But those need to be in particular areas. We can't do it carte blanche across the whole district because I don't think we could make the case. But there are certain areas in our district where I think that case could be easily followed, as Cornwall's done and others. So over to you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Howe. Councillor Pratt, I'll bring you in next, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with what Mike Howe has just said, Councillor Mike Howe. The provisions on the percentages as set out in policy 37 need to be firmed up a lot more. How many times have developers have obtained planning permission with a affordable housing provision, and then somehow they've managed to get figures reduced, and there's various other things, or not pay anything at all in as far as affordable housing is concerned. The situation is that it's the wording of these clauses has to be very strong, and I fully agree with what Mike Howe has said. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Pratt.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point of clarification, Chair, very, very quickly on something Councillor, he named me, but I want to clarify a point about the 40-50% I mentioned. I just wanted to be very clear that what I was referring to was not the overall affordable housing. It's on this first home policy in particular, and it's from the government's own statement on it, and it literally is that local authorities will be able to set a deeper minimum discount of either 40% or 50% and impose lower price caps on first home properties. It was very specific on that, and all I asked was that Mr. Freeman investigate it further. I wasn't making any comment about overall affordable housing provision, and I do realise that such ambitions that having 40-50% affordable housing just wouldn't be viable. I understand that. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Miller. Ed, do you have any comments you wish to make for the questions that have already been asked?
Yes, thank you, Chair. A couple of things to say, really. I mean, one is policy 37 is, as things stand, this is just a bullet list of what we think should be included based on what we know at the moment. It's not final drafting of the policy or wording, so I shouldn't worry too much about using a wording like seeking or things like that. Obviously, we will ensure that the final wording is sufficiently robust when it comes to it, and obviously we don't have the information in terms of viability to set an overall affordable housing percentage, hence much of what's listed in terms of percentages is what policy or government policy would require us to do if the plan is to be found sound. In terms of all of this, viability is the key fundamentally. We're not at that point of being able to do detailed viability assessments yet. We are stuck with government policy. It is what it is. And noted comments about the wording of it, but the plan will be tested in terms of its soundness against those requirements. And so we have to satisfy them. And we will have to deliver first homes as part of this policy. How we go about doing that, there is flexibility in terms of the percentage discount, as Councillor Miller has pointed out. What I would say is that again comes back to viability. So if you require the first homes that are being delivered through this policy, so the 25% of your affordable housing that's delivered through planning obligations to be first homes, and then require them to be discounted by 40 or 50% rather than 30, then that is going to be an additional cost which has to be borne by the developer. And will therefore impact on viability in terms of what can be delivered in terms of other infrastructure, or indeed other forms of affordable housing, such as your social housing, through this policy. So while that would help to make home ownership more affordable to those people aspiring to home ownership and are reasonably going to reach a point where they can achieve home ownership, obviously a 40-50% discount is not going to help those that are in the greatest need, who may never be able to afford home ownership. So there's a balance to be struck, I guess, is what I'm saying in terms of this policy, in terms of to what extent you want to help people to get on the housing ladder, who will probably get there at some point anyway, or to what extent we want to help those in greatest need, at which point perhaps the lowest discount on first homes might be the better approach to then free up money within the viability appraisal to deliver more social housing or other infrastructure within our developments. So that's the choice, really. Obviously, there's a lot more work to be done on this area in terms of particularly the viability. We've also got an update to the local housing needs assessment to come through, which needs to inform this policy as well. So there's quite some way to go, but it's useful to have members' views on where we've got to at the moment. And in terms of the first homes issue raised by Councillor Miller, it would be interesting to have members' views on whether they wish us to pursue a higher level of discount or would actually favour sticking to the 30% discount with the intention of then trying to skew more social housing using the better one, for want of a better phrase, the money that frees up, as opposed to taking that up by offering a greater discount on the first homes. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. So just for Ed's benefit and to take it back to officers, could we have a quick straw poll on the point made by Councillor Miller and whether we'd like further discounts on first homes, or whether we would like to save the money for more social housing to be developed out? So if you'd like for the discount, can you do a green tick? For the other option, red cross. All vote now, please.
Okay, we have the majority is green, no, red crosses.
Thanks very much, Wendy. That's great. Thank you very much for that committee. Now, can we take the actual policy itself? Again, it'll be a green tick if we're for the policy, or a red cross if you'd like the officers to provide a different balance of types of affordable housing. If you could all vote now, that'd be great.
Just waiting for the votes to come in. Okay, the majority I can see is red crosses.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm sure Ed's going to take that back. We'll see revisions come through. The next strategic policy is policy 38, and that's housing to meet the needs of older people. It's at the top of page 206, and then the alternate option B, C, and D are on the bottom of page 208 leading into 209. So, Councillor Allen, you're up first.
Thank you, Chair. This and policy 39 I've been fighting for probably about 8 years. And I think that one of the things that the analysis that Ed's published actually shows very clearly is that 70% of the growth of housing population, or sorry, 70% of the population growth is actually people over 65. Now, if we don't build houses which are suitable for them, then we're just going to have a lot of problems, and we won't be looking after our population. And policy 39, if we don't have enough people with the right ability to get in and around in their homes, we're not serving our population properly. So these are two very, very important policies. But I think we ought to make it crystal clear to everyone, developers or whoever, that we need balanced housing to encourage more younger people to stay in the area, and therefore to not trust the trend in population, but rather build both economy and housing that will attract younger families, younger people to the area. But secondly, we need housing properly constructed for the older population and the disabled population. And if we don't do that, we're failing people. So these two policies are very critical, and we ought to make sure that the population trend and, contrarily wise, our aspirations are clearly articulated, because at present this is just going with trends and going with policies that, while I agree with them, aren't definitive enough for a developer to come along and say, yes, I understand what your plan is actually doing. And the same thing goes for an inspector. He will look at the policies that are proposed here, but they won't be specific enough for our particular population needs. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Allen. Councillor Rylance, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So in this policy, I'm not really, there's a lot of things in here for people who are getting a little bit dependent in older age, but I'm not really seeing very much for people who are maybe just not so able to manage the stairs, or finding their family house a bit large to manage and want to stay living within their community but downsize into something that's single plan living. So I'm not really seeing that, and I think we probably could be delivering housing, and people actually don't necessarily want to live in an old people's ghetto either. They might want to live in a sort of mixed demography development. And so, yeah, making provision for people who actually have definable needs is one thing, but actually making it possible for somebody who is still well but just wants to live in somewhere that's smaller and maybe slightly less demanding, to stay within their existing settlement. I'm not seeing much of that. And I think it would be nice if we could be planning for people to remain within their village or their community whilst downsizing, going forwards, because support networks are really important, whether you're older or a younger person with small children. And I think we've got to bear in mind, it's not just the house that's important, it's who lives near you and whether you've got your support network near you. And from a lot of that, planning for that, a lot of things will flow, including cutting down on trips in cars. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rylance. Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you. Me and Eleanor seem to be on the same wavelength. I find from my experience working in my ward that a lot of old people want to downsize, but there isn't anywhere for them to downsize to. That means that they end up living in a large house, generally 4 bedrooms, with just 2 people in it. And then it goes down to 1 person. So an ability for people to downsize in their own communities is, to me, very, very important. But this plan, again, has the same issue that in a lot of communities, we're not going to be able to provide any new housing because they're, say, in a village that is outside the 4 policy groups, and therefore they won't be able to build in their own village. So they'll have to move again to the east end of the west end of the area, away from the communities that they have. I've got a number of friends that have moved away from this small village I live in, and they've moved into Exeter because that is the only place they can get a house that is suitable for them at that age in life. So it needs a lot of thought. I agree that we've got to do it, but there are consequences to other policies and proposals in the local plan that make it more difficult. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Young. Councillor Moulding, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. When we're considering the needs of older people, we have to consider those who are older. Say like myself, I'm 75, but I'm relatively fit and I can manage the stairs in my house, but I don't know how long that will be for. And therefore, we have to consider whether we should build more bungalows. Now, of course, the general developer doesn't want to build bungalows. They take up more room, and they can't provide as much accommodation and get the best return out of their site by building bungalows. So therefore, the only way that we can enforce the provision of bungalows for people who want to downsize, maybe, but also who can't manage stairs or will not be able to manage stairs, then those sort of provisions should be made. Then, of course, there are those who are less well or more infirm, and they need care. And they need care which is provided by others in a situation where they can be looked after properly. They may be widowed and living by themselves, and they would prefer to be in accommodation where they have good support. And in my view, the best way we can do that is with extra care housing. And I think we should be looking to provide that on any new development over a certain size number of houses. So that if you have I don't know, 500 houses, say, you should provide some extra care housing amongst that to cope with those people as they get older and need proper support. So my thoughts on the needs of older people are the provision of bungalows, and for later on in their lives to provide extra care housing. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Mauldin. Councillor Bonetta.
Thank you, Chair. I completely and totally support the need for a proposed policy in order to meet the needs of older people in East Devon. Obviously, we live in a part of the country which is arguably semi-retired. And obviously, we've got places like Sidmouth and Budleigh Salterton, which are obviously colloquially known as the retirement capital of the UK. So there is a significant percentage of our population that we really do need to look out for. Speaking as a Honiton councillor, obviously, as many people, if they're involved in planning, may know, there have been a lot of developments surrounding retirement complexes and apartments and even retirement estates over the last sort of couple of decades. I look at a place like King Street, for example, and I can think off the top of my head of 5 either residential managed estates or apartment buildings or complexes specifically for retired people. I think there is definitely a balance that needs to be made, and I do completely support the need for a policy and figuring out indicative figures. However, when we look at places like the cattle market, which recently had a planning application rejected for 57 retirement apartments, I think there's definitely swings and roundabouts that we need to incorporate, because as Michael Allen has rightly said throughout this meeting, we do need to also take into account really quite heavily the needs of young families. It all links back into affordable housing and such. It all links in together, and having that linked in and cohesive policy would be important. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Bonetta. Councillor Howe, over to you.
Thank you. I want to back up what Councillor Young was saying, and I think this is the one area we need to be a bit more lax about allowing development throughout the whole of the district. You know, any settlement where there is a local resident that's been there more than 15 years, needs to downsize, has a plot of land in her back garden or whatever it is, you know, we should be looking more favourably, not just saying you're in the open countryside. No. It is a ridiculous stance to take. We need development throughout the district, not just in one area. And I'm not talking major development. Major development, I get, Ed is quite right, but individual houses, you know, need to be built in the communities where they are required and where the residents want to live and have lived all their lives. Not more so than usually they've got family that will take them their main house and look after them, etc. So there is many reasons we need to be more open, more willing to look at different things. But fundamentally, other than that, I agree with this policy, and you know, but we need to open it up. We need to be more akin to what people's demands and needs are these days, because they are varied depending on your health conditions, on your needs and your care needs. So we need a broad spread, but more than anything, we need people to be able to live where they've grown up, where they're used to their communities, and where they have friends and family around them. And that is the most important thing, not just shoving them off to a town because the countryside doesn't want them anymore. I think that's a disastrous way to go. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howe. Councillor Faithful, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's all very well we having all this homes for elderly residents, but if you haven't got the young families living in the community, where are you going to get the staff to provide the care? You know, we need to have a balanced community right the way across the district, and that, you know, there's no point having over the top old people's homes when you got nobody to work there. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Faithful. Councillor Bailey, you're up next, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry to make this point again, Councillor Ledger, but I am concerned that there are many policies in the local plan, and at the moment we're focusing in on those individual policies which are a little like the ingredients in a recipe. And I think we need to be focusing on the recipe, and that is chapter 3, and we haven't even touched on the spatial strategy yet, and how there's a mismatch, which Ed Freeman mentioned right at the start. So there's a mismatch between what's in the spatial strategy and the allocations. And I'm certainly not talking about individual sites. That's not what I'm talking about. And I'm concerned that, you know, we've got within strategy 3, we've been asked for comments from Mr. Freeman about the additional houses, and that's very much part of the spatial strategy. But at the moment, we're focusing in on those individual policies. And I'm concerned that now we've been going for nearly 4 hours and we haven't actually started talking about strategy 3. So I just thought I'd bring that to your attention, that I am concerned. And I think that that's where, whilst these conversations are definitely valid, and of course they're really important, I think we should be looking at the overall structure of the plan as a key priority. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bailey. Your concerns are noted, but we will continue with discussing as we've said. Councillor Davey, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I agree we need a mix of housing to suit the needs of different parts of our community, but we do need to make sure we strike a balance, and we primarily need to address the needs of the people who are already living here. My concern is that if we have too much housing for older people, all we're simply going to do is draw in older people who wish to retire here. And I'm not xenophobic. I, like most of you probably, I moved here, but I think that we need to ensure that what we provide is not simply attractive to people who are moving into the area, but is also going to provide for the needs of the people who are already living here. And I think quite a few people have made that point already.
Thanks very much, Councillor Davey. Ed, do you have anything you wish to add before we go to a vote?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I'll just highlight that this policy is specifically about specialist types of housing for older people, so sheltered housing, care, extra care facilities. There are other policies which we will come on to about the wider housing mix. So particularly policy 40 talks about housing mix and getting a broader range of housing types and styles of housing to meet the wider needs, which I think picks up on some of the points that have been raised about older people wanting to downsize and having a range of properties that's suitable for doing that. We've also got policies elsewhere about housing in rural areas and meeting local needs within rural areas as well. So I think it's all covered, and we'll come on to those issues later on. This policy is very specifically about specialist housing for older people. I would, however, highlight further to Councillor Moulding's point that one of the options under this policy, which I think specifically picks up on Councillor Moulding's point, is option B, to specifically allocate sites for for care and extra care facilities, which seemed to be something I think Andrew Councillor Moulding was proposing, and C is sort of a variation of that about requiring large-scale strategic sites to provide these types of accommodation. So members may want to give some consideration to those options under this policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we continue with the same voting pattern. You've got A, B, C, and D to vote from. Could members please vote now?
I'm sorry, Chair, I'm completely lost. How do we vote for options B, C, and D?
So it's green cross for A. B is red cross. Sorry, green tick is for option A. Red cross for option B. Hand up for option C. Thumbs up for option D. It's going to be the same all day.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just waiting for the votes to come in. The majority are in support for option A.
Thank you very much. So we move on to policy 39, accessible and adaptable housing, which is page 210. And then the alternative, there is no alternative option on that. Ed, is there any other?
Well, you're right, Chair. There isn't one in the papers. I guess the other option is not to have a policy requiring accessible and adaptable homes. I think we've assumed that that's kind of a non-option in that it's something that's clearly needed, and I think members have touched on that already.
Thank you. So we won't spend too much time on this. Councillor Allen, you wish to comment?
Yes, Chair. This is, as I said, an extremely important policy. And if we look at the accessible homes part M4.3 and so on, there we're talking about the ability to move in and around a home when you're either on crutches or in a wheelchair or wherever. And this policy is actually saying it's that we're intending to require a certain proportion of these homes to have those facilities. And that's right across the whole age spectrum, not just for older people. And it's very, very important. Many of you have probably seen these programs on television where a whole community pile in and reconstruct a house for the benefit of somebody who's disabled. And it's so unnecessary if we only build a small proportion of houses suitable in the first place. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. We don't need to take a straw poll on that option, so we will move on. Councillor Arnott, you wish to speak? No, thank you.
No, it's the Chinese playing with my computer, sorry.
Okay, no problem. We'll move on to number 40, which is market housing mix, which is page 213. And then on top of page 215 is the alternate option. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make, or are we happy to go to a vote? No, so could members please vote if they're for the policy, green tick, red cross if you're against.
Majority are in support.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now we move to the bottom of page 216, policy 41, self-build and custom-built housing. And then the alternate option is on page 221. And then you've got option B, C, and D. So B is a lower site threshold. C is a stepped site size threshold, and option D is a higher percentage of service plots. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make? Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Real one this time. Very briefly, wholly support this. A large part of Colleton was actually built or was self-built back in the 70s and 80s. Those families who did that are now grandparents and great-grandparents. It's a crucial part of the culture of getting new housing up near us. And I think it supports some real skills we've got in the community. It supports enterprise. It makes it potentially more affordable. So I'm really pleased to see this here. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. With no one else wishing to speak, can we take that to a vote of option A to vote for, option B against, option B is cross, and options for option C, and thumbs up for option D.
Majority of the, sorry, let me start again. The majority are in support of option A.
Thanks, Wendy. Moving on to page 222, policy 42, residential subdivisions of existing dwellings and buildings and replacement of existing dwellings. We've got the preferred option on that page. And then the other options are on page 226. We've got options B, C, and D. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make? If not, we'll just go straight to a vote. Okay, can we take that to a vote, please? So A, B, C, or D?
Majority are in support option A.
Thank you very much. Policy 43, residential annexes, extensions and alterations, page 227. And then pages on page 230, there are options B and C. So B is for no policy, C is for a more policy detail about design and quality. Councillor Hayward, over to you.
Yeah, personally, well, not personally, partially, on behalf of councils that I work for who have made representations on this score, I'm very happy to see some more clarity on this. Annexes where the scale and the size of them is totally disproportionate to the original dwelling, where there's some uncertainty as to the actual nature of the annex, and Councillor Howe alluded to this earlier with regards to the proliferation of Airbnbs and such like. So I'm very happy to see this and delighted that there's actually a definitive policy within the local plan that can be used going forward if the local plan is found sound and approved. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Councillor Allen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Reading this carefully, it refers to residential rather than office extensions, home office, I presume, but it wasn't immediately clear to me. Maybe it's just me getting tired. But I do think that the whole policy is fine, but it does need clarification as to what happens if somebody wants to build a home office on the end of the house. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Allen. Ed, do you have any comments to make?
Thank you, Chair. Well, just on the last point, I think a home office would be captured by this. We've resisted sort of identifying specific uses for any extension or alteration and just done an all-encompassing extensions and alterations, because once built, we can't control how a residential extension or alteration is actually used in terms of the space if it's ancillary to the main dwelling. So I don't think there's a need to specifically say about home offices. It's all encompassed within the wording that's there. But obviously there will be further refinement of that as the plan progresses. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ed. So if we take that to a vote now, you've got option A, B, or C. Could you all please vote now?
Majority in support of option A.
Thanks very much. Moving on to policy 44, hostels and HMOs. That's on page 231. are with the options B and C listed on pages 233 of the draft report. Does anyone have anything they wish to ask? If not, we'll take that straight to a vote. You have A, B, or C. Please vote now.
Majority in support of option A.
Thank you. 45 is provision for gypsy and travellers and travelling show people sites. That's 234. And then the alternate options are option B on 237. Councillor Rylance, you wish to comment?
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to ask Ed whether, with regard to citing, there's any requirement to make it accessible easily for school children, so within a easy walking distance of schools for children. Because if we are trying to make it possible for children to go to school, then it probably should be possible for them to get there by themselves at times. And so I would like to see these sites not located in places where it's very difficult for the children to get to school. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Rylance. Councillor Blakey, we'll come to you next, please.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chair. The only question I have with regard to the policy is that it doesn't differentiate between gypsies and travellers, and has the point has been made several times in other places that actually they are essentially different groups, and we should be treating them as separate groups rather than lumping them all in together. So I would prefer to see the development of the policy to take account of their slightly differing needs.
Thanks very much, Councillor Blakey. Ed, do you have any comments you wish to make?
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that as with all residential development, we'll be trying to site them in sustainable locations with good access to services and facilities, including schools. In terms of the term gypsies and travellers, it's picked up from government guidance and policy that uses gypsies and travellers as an overarching term to describe that group within society. There are obviously lots of groups under that banner, and we will obviously, when looking at individual sites, need to take account of individual needs and different cultural beliefs and views within those groups that maybe cause issues in terms of citing them together, which I think is what Councillor Blakey is alluding to. So that will all need to be taken into account when we're looking at specific sites and specific needs. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. Let's take that to a vote now. So you've got option A or option B. Can you please vote now?
The majority have shown support in option A.
Thank you very much. Policy 46 is rural exception sites and first home exception sites, pages 238. Your other options B, C, and D are listed on pages 242. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make? No, so we'll take that to a vote. If you can
Excuse
vote.
me, Chair, I did put my hand up.
You haven't got a hand up at the moment, Councillor Allen.
It disappeared again. I did put it up.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, over to you.
I can't agree with the first bullet point in first homes exception sites. The policy is stating that they should not be in AONBs nor settlements in designated rural areas. That wipes out first home exception sites everywhere in these areas, and that's totally unacceptable.
Thank you for that, Councillor Allen. Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Allen. I think that's a mistake to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Ingham. Councillor Yun.
Again, I can see some the problems with this as it is. It's very, very, very tight, and it will exclude a lot of development where it's desperately needed, especially going back to houses for people who want to retain living in their community. So I would like to see some more work on this to make it tight enough for developers not to make major inroads into these communities, but also make it loose enough for local people to be able to continue to live in their communities. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Young. Ed, do you want to comment?
Chair?
Councillor Howe? Yes, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I can only, I'm on the phone now, so I can only speak and not signify.
No
problem.
But
as previous speakers have said, this is unacceptable in its current form, and it does need to be across the district. But following on from Councillor Young as well, it does need to be very tight to make sure that its intentions are fully delivered and not exploited by any, which is too often the case. But so I would like to know the options where we can vote to allow those to go through, i.e. remove the bit that's limiting the area, etc., shall we say.
Thanks very much. Ed, do you want to comment, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, the only restriction on area is the first homes exception sites, which are not within the AONBs, which is government policy, actually. All other the traditional rural exception sites, which will be what members are used to seeing, could occur within the AONBs or indeed anywhere in the district. Given comments earlier about first homes and the fact that they're not meeting our housing need because the discount doesn't make them affordable, I wouldn't have thought we would want to extend the first homes exception sites as long as we're delivering the rural exception sites, which we always have and have proved successful in some locations in delivering badly needed local needs and affordable housing in those locations. The intention is not to change that. The only restriction is the first homes exception sites, which can't be in AONBs under government policy.
Thanks very much, Ed. And thanks for the clarification. Can we please take that to a vote now? You've got A, B, C, or D. Please vote now.
A from me.
Thank you, Councillor Howe.
Chair, the majority are in support of option A.
Thank you, Wendy. Policy 47 is housing for rural workers. You'll find that on page 243 with the additional options of B and C on pages 245 and 246. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make? No, I take that you're happy. So can members please, oh, sorry, Councillor Rylance, over to you.
Just a quick question. So the 150 square metre floor space, does that include utilities and bathrooms, etc., or is that the entire floor space?
Ed?
I think the intention at this stage is that's the entire floor space. I think that's based on what's been used elsewhere and evidence about what's needed in terms of rural workers' dwellings. 150 square metres is a good sized family home, I would suggest, and should be sufficient to accommodate all of those requirements.
Thanks very much. So can we please take that to a vote now? You've got A, B, or C, please.
Majority in support of option A.
Thank you very much, Wendy. We are now on to chapter 10. We're getting somewhere, which is supporting jobs in the economy and the vibrant town centres. Policy 48 is employment development within settlement boundaries and sites in the enterprise zone. You've got that on page 249. And then the additional options of B, C, D on pages up to pages 255. Councillor Arnott, is that a hand that you wish to speak on?
Yeah, it's a real hand, Chair. I'm trying to be of assistance to Councillor Allen here. I think it's vaguely around here that he may want to come in with an extra recommendation, but actually looking at it, this may not be the right moment, Chair. Perhaps I should just let you guide us towards that as far as his concerns with economy are concerned.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, I know you're going to want to come back now.
I think there are two different aspects to this. The first is that the scrutiny committee was minded to recommend that with any major development, there should be an economic balance to understood. And if I can remind myself of the actual wording that was concerned, it's that there should be a more precise and holistic economic evaluation carried out in relation to proposed major development sites as part of the local plan process. And the reason for this is that sometimes developments have been awarded particularly to convert brownfield sites to housing, and that's wrecked the economy. For example, of the Honiton area, it halved the amount of economic space that was available. So that's the test, if you like, that there should be a proper, balanced and holistic economic evaluation done for major developments. Whether that fits with this policy area or whether it should be going in a different place, I would propose that it's put into the plan with the backing of the scrutiny committee.
Thanks very much, Councillor Allen. Councillor Rylance, you wish to comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my question is specifically about warehousing and distribution, B2 and B8. Are we going to be able to retrospectively apply this to sites which may in the past have been B2 or B8, but actually are located within built up areas now, so that people who are moving into maybe new builds are not don't have to endure large lorries driving past all the time? I mean, I suppose we're all buying a lot more online at the moment, and I guess that there will be an increased or pervasive need for B8 and B2 facilities, but can they please be located in places where they aren't impinging on people's quality of life in terms of the enjoyment of their house, brand new or otherwise? So is it possible to retrospectively, as sites become free, reassess the suitability of a site with regard to warehousing and distribution, in having regard to the housing that may be planned or may have gone up around it in the meantime? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ed, do you wish to comment at that point?
Thank you, Chair. The simple answer is no, really. I mean, assuming the use had planning permission, and the planning permission runs with the land. So even if an existing occupier moves off the site, it still has that use for storage and warehousing. I think the key here is ensuring that we're not granting residential uses too close to facilities that are going to have a harmful impact on their amenity. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. I think with that, can we move to a vote? So we've got options A, B, C, and D.
We have the majority are in support of option A.
Thanks very much for that. We move to page 256, employment development in the countryside, and that's policy 49. Then you've only got one other option, it's option B, and that's listed on page 258. Councillor Young, you wish to comment on this, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as you know, I've got a little bit of history on industrial developments in the countryside. There is a problem with if there's a farm next to an industrial unit.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, which point of order are you listing, Councillor Allen?
Well, it's an undeclared.
What number is it in the Constitution, Councillor Allen?
It's an undeclared.
And I can't take it if you're not going to list it. Councillor Young, over to you. Councillor Allen, unless you're listing something in the Constitution, we need to move back. Councillor Young, back to you, please.
Just to cover...
Well, if you won't let me answer, Chair, what can I say?
Yeah, just to cover Councillor Mike Allen, I'm speaking as a ward councillor, and I've got industrial developments in my ward.
That's precisely the point. It's a bias.
It might be a bias, but to guide councillors to the issues that I've had in my ward, to help with the local plan, so we don't get into the same issues again. Where there's a farm next to an industrial unit, a farm can expand and then by default can claim that their buildings are not suitable for the farming anymore, and then change it to industrial. Therefore, the industrial unit, the industrial area becomes larger. And this has happened in not only in my ward, but in other areas. I do like the policy. I do like the inclusions of Hillbarton and Greendale being excluded from this policy. But for other areas, we need to make sure that agricultural units are not built and then by default become industrial units later. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Young. With no one else wishing to speak, we have option A or B on this. Can we please take that to a vote?
Chair, the majority are in support of option A.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Policy 50 is farm diversification. You'll find that on page 259. And then the alternate option B is on 261, which is restricting diversification to more limited uses and smaller scale development. Does anyone wish to comment on this, or are we happy to take it straight to a vote? Councillor Rylance, over to you.
Sorry, another annoying question. How do we prove subsidiarity to the existing farm activities? So, and how is that enforced, so to speak, retrospectively or later?
Okay, well, thanks very much for that. Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I have noticed over the, let's say, the last 10 years, although we all support the intent of diversification, we quite often see landowners who have farms going over the top and actually destroying farms, and it's very difficult to stop this if if we have policies that enable it to happen, are seen to be encouraging diversification. Sometimes, if I've seen the last few years where you almost feel like saying to an applicant, have you ever considered farming? Because they're diversing so far. So I do think we have to be careful on this one, and I'd be interested to hear what Ed has to say over what's happened the last 10 years.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ingham. We'll continue through the speakers and go to Ed at the end. Councillor Hayward, the floor is yours.
Yeah, really the only thing I'd just like to add in is, and obviously we're working through this and there's a long way to go, but it's just trying to factor in some safety checks over the issue of aggregation and compounding. There have been some adverse comments, certainly in the far east of East Devon, about successive applications being put in quicker almost than the planning system can actually deal with them. So when you're first looking at the farm business in general, you end up with 5, 6, 7 applications, each of which looks small in comparison to the one before, but actually the aggregated overall effect is supersizing. Now we know that farms are having to change. Events elsewhere in the UK are causing farmers to have to diversify, have to change their working practices. But to people who live nearby, these super farms can become quite a nuisance. And I think as we move forward, some more discussion and debate by SPC will be very helpful to manage the situation. I'm not advocating that we say no. I'm just saying it needs to be mindful that if you view each application solus and don't take it in the round, it gives us sometimes a misleading view. But that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hayward. Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Does this policy include the ANOB? And if so, are there any scenarios where we can stop some of these developments, such as caravans, etc., for change, for diversification? And is there a way that we can limit the amount of diversification, that it can't be more than, say, 30% of the farm or 50%? I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Again, we'll come to Ed at the end. Councillor Pratt, please.
Thank you, Chair. A good example of diversification with farms is tourism. This is quite popular in East Devon, and shepherds' huts are coming up and round and about, and I think that is a good example. So I'm okay on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ed, can we come to you for comment, please, and then we'll take it to a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I think in terms of subsidiarity, I struggle with that word. To some extent, it's on a case-by-case basis. We obviously need evidence. It's difficult to define it in a policy, I think, because every case is going to be slightly different in terms of what the existing operations on the farm are, what they're looking to diversify into, and the scale of each. It may be that we want to develop some supplementary planning guidance to sit alongside this policy that perhaps gives further guidance where those sorts of things could be better defined, and we could define information requirements to be submitted with applications to help us to assess those sorts of impacts and understand better the existing agricultural activities and what they're looking to diversify into and how those relate to one another. I hear what members are saying. I think those are good points, and we'll take those away and look at how we can best address those, even in terms of the wording of the policy, or perhaps through additional guidance documents that could follow the policy. In terms of Councillor Young's point, in terms of the AONB, I think it would apply in the AONBs, but obviously equally the AONB policies would also apply. So any diversification scheme would have to be assessed in terms of its impact on the landscape of the AONB and impact on noise and disturbance and things like that, to ensure that it's acceptable in the AONB and doesn't cause harm to its protected nature. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Ed. So we've got option A or B. Let's take it to a vote. Can you please vote now?
Support for option A.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Policy 51 is resisting the loss of employment sites. That's page 262. And then your option B is listed on 264 at the top there. Councillor Rylance, you wish to speak on this?
Sorry, a very quick question. I'm just slightly perturbed in a slightly minor way about the heading of this one, because it presupposes that we are losing employment sites. So I'm just wondering if it could be phrased in a slightly more positive way, because, I mean, where's the evidence that we are losing employment sites? I mean, that title says a lot without actually explaining very much.
I think government policies links to us losing employment sites in place of housing. Ed, do you have anything you wish to add?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think the issue is that we do get quite a lot of applications to develop employment sites. We had big public inquiry in the last year for the Honiton cattle market site, for example, and also land adjacent to Tesco on Sutton Road in Exmouth. So it is a common area. We have been very successful in resisting the loss of those areas. We can certainly look at the title, but it is a common issue that comes up, but we are not materially losing employment sites as a district. It's just this common issue that we're commonly having to defend our employment land from redevelopment for residential purposes largely.
Okay, thanks for that, Ed. So we've got option A or B. May members please vote now.
Support for option A.
Thank you. Policy 52, employment and skills statement. You'll find that on pages 265 with the option B at the bottom of page 266. Does anyone have any questions they wish to ask on it? No. So you've got option A or B. Can we please take that to a vote now?
Support for option A.
Thank you. Strategy policy 53 is centre hierarchy, sequential approach and impact assessment. You'll find that on page 267. And there is no other options for it. Does anyone have any other questions on the policy itself before we move on? No. Okay, thank you very much. So we move on to policy 54, town centre development. You'll find that on page 270. And then on 271, you'll find the option B, which is to not include a policy. Does members have any questions? Stunned into silence. Can we please take a vote on that, please? Councillor Howe.
Well, and I'm sorry because I obviously can't read the document in front of me at present, and
It's quite a bad connection, Councillor Howe.
Having read the whole agenda, I'm struggling today. I am concerned, and this is what well, hopefully it'll get better now, that we are constantly not housing development above retail units and cafes, bars and other employment units in town centres. And we should be actively encouraging that mix in our town centres. And I'm just not sure, obviously having read the policy a couple of days ago, trying to remember it now, whether this policy gives us enough weight to actively start working with those town centres to reinvigorate them in the way we all need.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Howe. Ed, I think you've taken those points on board, and it's something that you and the other policy officers are striving to achieve.
Yes, we'll do, Chair. I mean, one thing to note in terms of the upper floors in town centres is that there are quite broad permitted development rights to allow the conversion of upper floors to residential units and office accommodation, and hence there's no need for policy coverage of that area because it can be done anyway, essentially. Just to highlight actually something on the previous one where there were no options, where there are no options in this document is generally where we're just following government policy, and so there isn't really an option not to have a policy because we wouldn't then be complying with government policy. So that's why in some cases there are no options. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ed. Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Personal interest as Parish Councillor resident of Collerton, which is named in here. And I suppose where this is useful for a community like ours is that what it does is it assists us to retain the integrity of what is already a conservation area in any case, but it just makes sure that, you know, not too many, I mean, we've lost our bank, you know, fortunately that is going to, well, it is, it's an estate agents now, so that's good. But it could easily have become just a house in the middle of the town, and that wouldn't have been good at all. So it's helpful. It does help us to keep the character of the centre of the town and the vitality. And of course, each retail unit that you can preserve helps the other retail units to be viable in terms of an overall offer. So thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. So if we were to support the primary recommendation, does that mean that we are supporting the classifications with the different within the different tiers 1, 2, 3, 4? Because I may support the principle, but not the designations through 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, everything today is just it's the principle. It's not the exact detail. It's just to give officers a steer that they are heading in the right direction, and we are happy with what we don't want to go too far down the road with officers driving policy and then us turning around and saying this isn't what we want. So as long as we're giving a steer to them in the right direction, I think that's more than enough for today.
I just had to make sure on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ingham. Councillor Bonetta, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to make a kind of quick comment on this. I think when we look at the development of our towns and our tier 1, tier 2, and even some of our tier 3 settlements as we go throughout this local plan period, I think this is an essential point, actually, and looking at things like walkability, sort of the accessibility of our town centres, and also the amenities that are available in each of them. I think that is extremely important. Obviously, we've got the question of sort of mixed uses. That's already been answered, and I think that is also crucial. Yeah, I think the point that the paragraph within this report about flexibility talks about in terms of retaining sort of retail units in the adversity of online shopping is quite important, but also in retaining unused retail units for community uses. For example, like what they've done with Trinity House in Axminster with the absolutely amazing community Waffle House setup they've got there. Retaining the town centre, if it's not possible for retail, it should be retained as a community space, because it is the centre of the community and it's where everyone comes together. I think that's what the town centre development also needs to take into account. I do agree with policy. I do agree with having a proposed policy for this. And I think that wherever possible, mentioning sort of community uses as well is extremely important. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Bonetta. So can I ask members to please vote for option A or B, and if they could do that now.
Chair, committee members are in support of option A.
Thank you very much. We'll take one more and then we'll have a short comfort break. So policy 55 is local shops and services. You'll find that on the bottom of 271 going into 272, with option B of not having it on 273. Does anyone have any questions?
Chair?
Yes, Councillor
If
Howard.
I could, well, I need to make a declaration, obviously, because I own a shop in a village. So, you know, it's quite blatant. So I won't speak on this, even though for obvious reasons I'd like to, but I won't. All right.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howe. With no other members wishing to speak, can we please take that to a vote of whether you'd like a policy or not?
Support for option A.
Thanks very much, Wendy. At this point, can we stop, have a short comfort break, and can we please resume at 20 to 3? Thanks all. We can start again, please. So we are now on page 274, strategy 56 on rural shops. And then you've got option B on page 275. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make, or are we happy to just go to a vote on this? Councillor Young.
Sorry, I didn't catch the opening of this. Is this on farm shops?
No, this is rural shops.
Right, okay. I hold fire until farm shops. Hang on a second.
This is rural shops. It could involve farm shops.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, garden centres and farm shops. The control of farm shops by insisting on local produce is most difficult to police, as we've discovered from the last plan. It means that enforcement officers need to be continually checking till rolls to check what they're selling. Is it a percentage of turnover, or is it items? Does it include sales of the wholesale side of the business, as well as the delivery of sales from the retail shop? Will it offer cafe, restaurants and licensed premises? Now, farm shops in East Devon selling Argus stoves and garden centres selling as much merchandise as Debenhams does seem to be a bit of a nonsense. Therefore, a simple size of building and a car park and restricting the growth of the buildings, taking away permitted development, for instance, might be a good idea, because what we don't want is these businesses to take away the diminishing trade in our town centres. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Young. Councillor Davey, we'll go to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm quite happy with this. I think it's absolutely right that we control retail development in the countryside. But I think the assumption that this will rely on shoppers coming by private car, we perhaps need something a little more flexible so that it can be shown that shoppers could arrive by sustainable means, whether it's by bus or cycle or walking. So I think if we require a travel plan from such developments, then there may be mitigating circumstances. I'm thinking of small-scale farm shops that could supplement what is available perhaps in a convenience store in a village. By adding fresh produce to that might be a benefit to a nearby village.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Davey. Councillor Blakey, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Chair. Call it a restraint of trade, call it market manipulation, call it what you will. I think this is entirely unworkable. So I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bonetta, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a really small point. I take on board what Councillor Young just said in terms of the sort of products that are sold in these rural shops and what happens there. I'm thinking mostly in terms of my own home area of Honiston, where I can think of at least 4 or 5 garden centres or farm shops within sort of a mile of the town boundary, a mile or two. I think it is important if we are to support a policy on rural shops that we do support trading local. I do fully understand Councillor Young's point on the difficulties of it, but I think it is still important to support and maybe as sort of a consensus there. Instead of going as a percentage of goods sold, maybe it would be a percentage of floor space. Maybe that is a good consensus to have there. Obviously, I'm no expert in that, and that is a decision I'm happy for the planning department to have a think about. But overall, I support
I support having a policy on this, and I think that the local aspects do need to be emphasised. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Rylance, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I first want to preface this by saying that I'm totally a big fan of rural shops, and I like to buy my food as locally as possible. And having diversified farms with shops on site that sell their own produce is actually a rather lovely aspect of living around here. However, people who live in more, represent more rural and less rural wards might not be aware of this phenomenon, but up in the north here, we are suffering from farm shops being used as a Trojan horse, essentially, to drive residential development or to bring about residential development. So I just wondered how Ed, you see that interrelating with this phenomenon. I don't know whether you're aware of this phenomenon happening, but in ordinary times, I wouldn't see that there was any need to control the development of rural shops, because I think they're sort of fairly limited by their market in the first place. But if they're being used as Trojan horses for a development in open countryside, I think there might be cause to look into the need for them, really. But having said that, I do encourage them on farms, and we have some very good ones around here. So that's my caveat, really.
Thank you for that, Councillor Rylance. Councillor Arnott, is that a hand?
It's a real one, Chair. Thank you. I can see I have some sympathy here with Councillor Blakey's point of view about restraints of trade, and this worries me. Now, obviously, I'm looking at an example near where we live, between us and Axminster in Kilmington. Fantastic farm shop there, and certainly before Brexit, I don't know what he's doing now, but one of the whole raison d'etre for that shop, that farm shop in Kilmington, was the amount of imports he brought across every week in a van from France. I mean, that was the thing. You could go there and you could buy cheeses and jams and meats and all sorts of stuff in Kilmington that you couldn't get anywhere else in East Devon. I'm slightly, well, almost Devon. I'm slightly worried about this thing about, forcing a majority of locally produced products. I get it, and I'll vote for it, but I think we need to be really careful with this, because some people have some very creative ideas for running these shops, and we mustn't be too prescriptive, I think. But then I can see that you've got percentages of goods sold, so that's probably negotiable if there's a good business argument. So I think we should just be careful not to virtue signal too much here, that all we're going to allow them to sell is sprouts grown within 500 meters of the farm, because that's not what everybody actually wants. People want some other stuff as well.
If anyone's actually seen Jeremy Clarkson's new TV show or about his farm, this is the reason, this policy exactly is the reason why he can't sell avocados in his farm shop. Councillor Allen, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Its intent of the policy is based on NPPF paragraph 84, and in page 274, 9.67, you've got the full explanation, and it looks like it does require us to ensure that such rural shops conform to these criteria. Yes, it may look like restraint of trade, but that just happens to be the NPPF. And if you try and unravel it, you're going to get your local plan turned down. So I suggest we approve the motion.
Thank you for that, Councillor Allen. Ed, do you have any comments you wish to make?
Thank you, Chair. Well, really just to reassure members that these are long-established principles in terms of the planning policy, both at a national and local scale, of controlling rural shops in this way in terms of the products that they can be sold, to ensure that they are primarily selling goods produced on the holding or nearby. and this is about ensuring that there are a rural diversification form in effect, and that we don't end up with Tesco's or whoever opening a store in the middle of nowhere. So this is largely replicating policies that have long since been in our local plan and in previous iterations of it. There can be issues with enforcement of those restrictions, as I think Councillor Young was alluding to, in some cases because of inconsistent approaches perhaps taken in the past in terms of how we were seeking to control them. So I think this policy is about trying to establish a very clear approach to how we enforce them in the future, and ensuring that they are readily enforceable so that an enforcement officer can go into one of these shops and see what's being sold, where it's being produced, and ensure that there's compliance with those conditions without having to sift through till rolls and accounting records and things like that, as we have done on at least one site in the past. I'm not familiar with, I've got an idea what Councillor Rylance is referring to in terms of the Trojan horse phenomenon. I think there's issues with PD rights there in terms of there are permitted development rights for the conversion of agricultural buildings to shops. And then I think what we've ended up with on a particular site is other buildings nearby then trying to be converted on the basis it's sustainable because it's close to that shop. But I think that is a fairly unique circumstance. I'm not aware of that occurring elsewhere. And obviously a lot of that's through government permitted development rights, which wouldn't be covered under this policy, which is only going to be relevant to planning applications and those developments that fall within our control through that regime. So hopefully that provides some clarity on those points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Ed. So let's take this to a vote now. You've got option A or B. If you could vote now, please.
Okay, Chair, the committee have shown a majority for option A.
Thank you very much. Policy 57 is sustainable tourism. You'll find that on page 276. And then the option B is just to not include a policy, and that's on 279. Councillor Brewster Sarum, you wish to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I did, and good afternoon, members of the committee. I understand that we are only looking today at the principles, so I just wanted to focus on the key principles which I have seen is that we need to make sure that we provide opportunities for visitors to increase their awareness and enjoyment and understanding of East Devon's natural environment, as the report says, and we also need to balance it with the appropriate visitor facilities and attraction. And I guess members know where I'm going with this, that mention of attractions. I just want to express my disappointment that the Queen's Drive development will not be form part of the local plan, as it was described, that pursuing the large-scale development of the Queen's Drive area and indeed other areas within the town would pose some significant challenges to the production of the new local plan, since the agreed timetable, etc., doesn't meet with this. And I think that if we are going to balance the need to give people an enjoyment of the rural and natural environment, we need to also provide the appropriate visitor facilities and attractions. And I appreciate that Exmouth and many of the coastal towns will never become Disney World, as one might put it, but I certainly think that there is an opportunity for us to incorporate some form of regeneration within the local plan, because it is something that the people of Exmouth do deserve. So I would urge all Exmouth members on this committee today to give that some great consideration, and hopefully working together we will provide the very best in local leisure and entertainment to provide sustainable tourism for our long-term future of our town. Thank you so much, Chair, for your indulgence today.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Sarum. Councillor Bonetta,
I'm happy for Councillor Arnott to go before me if you prefer. Thank you.
Councillor Arnott.
Oh, I feel as if the oceans are parting for me today, Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor Bonetta. I just want, I know he'll take this very well, but through you, Chair, to entirely disagree with Councillor de Sarum. I think the Queen's Drive Delivery Group Committee is getting there on this work on Exmouth Seafront. The thing with Exmouth Seafront is it's already there. A lot has already been done. We've already spent, or a previous administration have already spent a huge amount of money on a road there, diverting a road. There are a lot of new buildings on the front itself. Unfortunately, viable businesses were taken away from the area set back from the seafront, and the Queen's Drive Delivery Group Committee is leading the process organically rather than sort of in some didactic from above local planny kind of way of seeking to join the dots on Exmouth seafront. So I am satisfied that that is going well, and I think it would be an absolute mess to try and mesh it in with the local plan. It would end up just delaying both. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Allen, I'll bring you in now, please.
Okay, thank you. If we look at page 276, what we've got are two conflicting paragraphs. The second paragraph excludes new buildings to provide overnight visitor accommodation. I understand partly why that is put in, but it conflicts with the next paragraph, which talks about farm diversification schemes and so on. So I think we need a bit of attention to make sure that farm diversification schemes and camping developments do not develop permanent housing, but can develop overnight visitor accommodation. Now, it's a tricky one, but if we're clear about it and it's in black and white, then it's much easier to argue. If we don't clarify this, and if it's inconsistent, then we will get challenges. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Obviously, I note that it does name yurts, glamping pods, towing caravans and tents, but it may be a case that the planning policy officers just expand that out to cover shepherd huts and the such like.
Sorry, Chair, may I come back?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Now, the point really was about farm diversification and schemes where visitor accommodation can be put into the countryside near a farm or inside the curtilage of a farm, which is not for permanent dwelling, but for overnight visitor accommodation. Now, I know that sometimes it's in danger of being exploited, but that is a consideration to rural tourism and farm diversification. And at present, it's not appropriate to just limit it to yurts, glamping pods, towing caravans and tents. It could be a barn conversion to a temporary visitor accommodation and building up the economic viability of the farm. And we have passed some of those in recent planning approvals. So let's please be clear that we're willing to accept dwellings which are purely for visitor and tourism accommodation, but absolutely not for permanent dwelling. And we can do that by restrictions on the amount of occupancy. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bonetto, would you like to speak now?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to kind of comment a little bit on this. Broadly, I support the policy. I think it's really important to have a policy on sustainable tourism, but I do think that it does need to be across the district. I completely agree with Councillor Arnott that there are places like Queen's Drive development that need obviously certain special measures or certain special viewings. And I'll be completely honest, as a resident of Honiston and the councillor over there, I do not know enough about those circumstances, so I wouldn't be able to comment myself. My comments, if any, would relate to my area, and obviously I would place my personal interests there as the chair of the strategy committee on Honiston Town Council, which has oversight over tourism on the town council. I think it is important to know when we're talking about sort of sustainable tourism looking forward and having destinations for people, that we do include everywhere in the district. I noticed that in paragraph 9.78 of the report, but also looking throughout, Exmouth and Sidmouth are named in the report, and obviously for good reason. They are massive tourist destinations on the coast. But you've got places like Honiton within the district that are massively developing. The town market is expanding exponentially at the moment. You've got one of the longest high streets in the country, and a massive independent shop presence as well. A lot of effort does need to be put in across the district in all towns, and I think I just want to emphasise that a bit, especially with an IRF bid that is going in, I believe, quite soon from Sidmouth Town Council as well, linking in with other towns. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Bonetta. Councillor Young, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Jack Bonetta totally. This idea of principal holiday accommodation areas, I've had a couple of discussions with planners in the last couple of years. Why don't we have a broad brush and just call all of East Devon holiday accommodation area? Because there are areas that are people do go on holiday that are not in the designated areas at the moment, and I think that's becoming more and more acute now. People want staycations; they want to stay in the countryside. Now, for instance, the Cliffs Valley Regional Park, none of that is in the holiday accommodation area. I would suggest that the whole of East Devon should be included. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Young. Ed, can I bring you in at this point for comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things to comment on, really. Just to clarify in terms of Councillor Allen's point, the intention with the policy is that only new permanent buildings for tourist accommodation should be restricted in those outside of built-up area boundaries and in sensitive areas. You could still have a conversion of an existing building. Otherwise, they should be temporary structures, but permanently used for tourist accommodation. In terms of the final point, in terms of the principal holiday accommodation areas, I mean, we can look at whether or not we could expand the principal holiday accommodation area. I think we would struggle to justify it across the whole of the district, whether or not it could be extended beyond Exmouth and Sidmouth. But I think you have to look back to the green box and the policy intention there, which is quite a strict level of control over holiday accommodation in those areas, particularly the loss of it. And I think we might struggle to justify that beyond the particular core areas of the district that are so strongly led by tourism, like Exmouth and Sidmouth. Whether we could extend that out to some other areas, happy to look at, but I struggle to see that we could justify it across the whole of the district. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. Let's take it to a vote then. So you've got option A or B. Can you please vote now?
Support for option A.
Thank you very much for that, Wendy. We move on. Policy 58, holiday accommodation parks and designated landscapes. That is on page 280. And then you've got option B and C. B is to do not include a policy to address holiday accommodation parks and designated landscapes. C is include less restrictive criteria-based policy which permits extensions to existing holiday parks and establishments of new parks. And that's on 281. Does anyone have any comments? Councillor Young.
Sorry, it's me again. A lot of caravan parks, they are in vulnerable locations on the coast. So would the coastal fallback kick in and these caravan parks be allowed to retreat, or are they restricted to the existing boundaries as they are? Thank you.
That's definitely a question for Ed. Ed, do you have that offhand, or would you like to do a written answer to Councillor Young on that? It must be easier.
Happy to do a written answer. I think, I mean, we've already covered the coastal change management areas. I don't think we differentiated particular uses. I think it was for businesses as well as residential uses to be relocated. So I think the answer is yes, but I would double check and happy to email around.
Thank you. So, Councillor Chapman, you wish to speak on this?
Thank you, Chair. I've been sat here all day watching your smiling face and listening to everyone. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place or not. But as you've brought up Sandy Bay, if I can go back 40 years, we've had an enormous amount of growth at Sandy Bay. And obviously all the sewerage from Sandy Bay is dealt with in Exmouth. Now we've large houses being turned into flats. We've had lots of care homes built, and over the 40 years, large scale developments. And I know Councillor Bailey be quite interested in the disgusting sight of the overflow of the sewerage down in Exmouth due to climate change and heavy rainfall. Now, I am bringing this up because of the old drains. Yes, we can have a go at South West Water, but I don't think they can dig up the whole of the town. I am just wondering, because I haven't heard it being brought up anywhere, of the need for sewerage tanks in new developments, because I know what has been put forward to be discussed, I know, that Plum Park and Goodmore's developments that are going on at the moment are not included in this allocation. But I'm thinking of more houses and more growth at Sandy Bay is going to put the sewerage tanks in a lot of trouble. Ed did mention last time, I think it was on the scrutiny committee, that the holding water tanks on some developments that hold the runoff water, etc., are being looked at because I don't think they're working fully. So I don't know if this is the right place, or, you know, I think it's the right committee to perhaps look in certain places as to whether utilities can actually take these developments, or whether the planning, as the planning authority, we should say to the developers, well, I'm sorry, you can't have all this sewage going down into what we've got at the moment, and you're going to have to put in sewage tanks for, you know, 6 houses at a time, a sewage tank, whereas out in the country, a lot of properties I know do have sewage tanks, etc. But I'm just worried about the more development going on and utilities not being able to cope with it, Chair. So I'd like to put it forward for the committee to look at. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Chapman. I know Ed's probably going to say it a lot better than I can, but where we actually instigate growth and we then relay that to all the utility companies for them to then plan the works for it. The likes of South West Water are well aware of all our development plans for the next 5 years at least. And then throughout the latter parts of the local plan, they'll be working on that 5-year rolling scheme of the funding that they get from government to then add into the areas to add additional capacity where it's required. Is that pretty much, have I pretty much covered that, Ed?
Yep, I think so. Thanks, Chairman. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you.
Do you really think South West Water are going to be able to cope with this on their own?
That's up to them as a private business. We're only there to plan the works and give them the information. Councillor Howe, I knew you'd come in at this point.
You knew it. Of course I'd oblige, and I have to raise this. You know, it is a blind faith in a utility company that is a private company doing work that it should have done years ago. My community, as you well know, has been suffering sewage problems because of South West Water for over 10 years. They've done nothing until very recently. And now they're looking at it. That's all they're doing. Don't get me wrong. They haven't got a plan how to fix it. They're looking at it. And the same problem, because I raised this, and obviously the press then raised it, I've heard comments from as far as Axminster, Exmouth, and several people down Exmouth commenting about it. and other areas. We, as a community, as a district council, need to lead the way to make sure people are not affected by the inability of utility companies to deliver. There has to be a different route. Whether we have to take it through our MP, I've got no problem with that, or anything else, but we cannot make other people's lives worse than they already are for the future because a utility company fails in its obligations to do. So we need to be careful and walk a very fine line between the two of having blind faith that because we've told South West Water what they need to do, that they're going to do it, and us making sure it is done before we overload the system any further and cause undue problems to the residents downstream. So we do need to be careful about this, nevertheless. Thank you.
Totally agree, Councillor Howe, and yeah, it is something that we need to take through our MPs and yeah, straight to government, because that's the only way that it's going to get dealt with. They are a private company that gets funding from centralised government. Councillor Young, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just coming in on this one.
Can I just say, we need to move away from sewerage. We are
just to explain that from my side with habitat mitigation and the estuary and the pollution there, I'm working with Exeter and with Timbridge on exactly the same issue, because it's the same water board that covers all three, and the development in all three cities and districts depend on South West Water providing what we need for the housing that we are told that we have to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Arnott, please, holiday accommodation only, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's only 10 seconds, but I'm afraid it's Councillor Howe's fault. And of course, Councillor Chapman's originally. Just want to come in absolutely behind them there and say very briefly, Chair, as you know, there was a meeting very kindly brokered by Councillor Howe, and you and me were there, and others. Jeff was there too, with Simon Jupp and with South West Water. And I think that Simon is a really serious emissary on our behalf for this. I think we can trust him going forward. And although, and I'm sorry, Sharon, I know this doesn't affect the wording of the local plan or this chapter or anything, but it's terribly important what Maddie has raised and what Mike has reiterated. And I do think with this MP, we've got somebody who can really help with it, but we're going to have to be incredibly vigilant on it. But I think there is the political support there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ingham. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to completely change the subject and go back to policy 58.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that just to remind folks, with the options B and C, this is not a good time for us to loosen the belt on this one. We have to keep tight control here, and that's why I think that the primary option is the one to follow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll now take that to a vote. So you've got A, B, or C. If you could all vote now, please, that'd be great.
Chair, the committee are in support of option A.
Thank you for that, Wendy. So we are on chapter 11, designing beautiful and healthy spaces and buildings. There are a few mini votes in here. So development management policy, design and local distinctiveness. There's an A or B option there. We'll just go through them one by one. Does anyone have any queries on that? Councillor Allen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. There's a policy that the government's brought in for beautiful home design. It's not mentioned anywhere, and the emphasis has been on improving design quality. I think that if I read this particular policy, it was exactly the same result as we had back in 2014 to 2016 when we put the last policy to bed, we're not moving forward in terms of local policy, whereas the government's moving forward in terms of design policy. Please could we look at including better design policies that are very much more clearer? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I think, Ed, we are going by the NPPF's latest design codes of what they've just installed. Could we make that more implicit, please?
Yes, certainly, Chair. I mean, I think this is just about establishing the principle that we have a sort of retread of policy D1, design and local distinctiveness, that's in the current local plan. We will, of course, update it to respect the new guidance that's come out. You know, that will be one of the main policies used to assess applications against. We've just given an indication of the issues to cover in that policy. We will obviously work up some detailed wording in the future.
Thank you. Just mindful, we've only got 45 minutes left of this meeting. So we'll try and get through a couple of chapters still. Councillor Faithful, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Problem with beautiful designs is that's a matter of opinion, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And one person's idea of what looks beautiful is somebody else's idea of an eyesore. And this is really a bit of a nightmare sort of argument if you're not careful, getting debates over what we want in our community. And you know, it's a major challenge, I think.
Definitely, totally agree. Councillor Ingham, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I hope Ed knows what I'm speaking about when I say I have noticed recently applications coming in where someone puts forward what they consider to be a very highly dynamic application for a dwelling, eco-friendly to the nth degree. But guess what? They go and put it in an AONB or a green wedge and think, well, because we're doing the right thing for climate change, that means we can do this anywhere. And I would just ask Ed to consider putting something in here to say that however dynamic and beautiful a building can be, if East Devon in their local plan have a land designation that says we shouldn't be building here, then it doesn't matter how wonderful your house is, you shouldn't be building it there. And you know why they do it. They do it because land is cheaper, Chair, for no other reason, or because it's cheap and no one's built there for 50 years, I'm going to have a go. And that, I think, goes against the intent of our local plan, and people are using the wrong excuses to do that. Ed, could you comment, Chair, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I'll bring Ed in at the end. We've got a few more speakers to come through. So Councillor Hayward, we'll go to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. In essence, and I agree with everything that's been said, but as long as East Devon's housing development is led by numbers from Whitehall, then frankly, what gets built in Honiton will look like what gets built in Hemel Hempstead and what gets built in Halifax. The developers have no interest in being innovative and having local design standards, because they simply reach onto their shelf, they pull off the template of the Lancaster or of the Sheridan or of the Sherborne, whatever the house is called, and they'll just plonk it on that field. That's the way it is. So therefore, if we're going to go down this route, and I wholeheartedly applaud it, because we live in a distinctive, beautiful part of the UK, surrounded by AONBs that deserve this protection. But if we're going to do it, let's do it properly. And when they come before planning committee or strategic planning for the long game, let's just throw them out. But of course, that's national planning policy framework. So let's give ourselves some teeth to throw them back and go, I'm afraid it's not inspirational. It's not in keeping with the modern, the local environment. And certainly in the AONBs, it's not in keeping with the landscape. So if we're going to do it, let's do it properly. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hayward. Councillor Howe, we come to you next, please.
It was to pick up on Councillor Ingham's point, because I don't believe this is trying to replicate what used to be Para 55 in the MPPF. I believe it's now Para 68, but Mr. Freeman will correct me, I know, because he knows it like the back of his hand, where, you know, these uniquely designed houses, innovative and everything else as they used to be, that still exists in the MPPF, but this isn't trying to replicate that. So it's not trying to mimic a policy that exists, although, Councillor Ingham, I understand why you're coming from. This is about the built form of our normal communities and normal house building. The point I want to pick up after that is actually the last bullet point, which is landscaping priorities, habitat creation and water permeable surfaces. And going back to meeting with South West Water, one of the things they said was the fact that everyone had hard landscaped over with artificial grass or pavers and everything else, their gardens. And that is causing part of the issue with our sewage systems these days. Sorry to keep going around in circles. Now, is there any way that we can actually enforce that to say, once you've got a garden, it should be a blooming garden and not an artificial hard surfaced or anything else, you know, concreted in, you know, etc. And as much as I appreciate the policy I've got no problems with, I just don't know if it's got any teeth or can have any teeth, and that's where I worry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howe. Councillor Davey, we'll come to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I take the point about the word beautiful, and I've been very uncomfortable about this word ever since it first appeared in the government aspirations, because I agree that beauty to some extent is subjective. Good design, I don't think is. I think a hammer is beautiful because it's ergonomically designed, it's been around for centuries, it's fulfilled its function. And if something fulfills its function and does it well, I think it's beautiful. And I speak as somebody who has worked in the arts. And I would rather see something like appropriate rather than beautiful, so that when we put houses up, as Councillor Hayward has said, the builders come with a ready-made design, and I see them scattered all over East Devon, unfortunately, and they don't respect the local vernacular architecture, nor are they innovative enough to look like something new and exciting. So I don't know how we prioritize this and how we achieve it, but I think we do need better standards in home design.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Burnett, we'll come to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with many of the points that have been made, and I really do agree with what Councillor Davies just said with regards to sort of the appropriateness of buildings in settlements. I mean, even looking at a level within East Devon, for example, there's different architecture on Honiston High Street with sort of the Georgian buildings that you've got following sort of the historic Great Fire that we had. It's completely different architecture, for example, to say the Victorian Sidmouth seafront or the more brutalist sort of Seaton seafront, for example. There's nuanced differences between all of our towns in the district as well, and I think appropriate is key when we're discussing that. And I think I completely agree with Councillor Hayward. If we're going to do it, let's go in hard and let's have the sharpest, most tenacious teeth we possibly can. We might as well do it properly. We've got 2 AONBs and the UNESCO World Heritage Site. We might as well protect them and make everything else in the district look just as good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Brutalist is very kind. Councillor Young, over to you.
Yeah, making our new builds look more in place is certainly would be a benefit to the rest of the district. Appropriate renders and finishes, tiles on the roofs or slate. In some of the villages, There's popple finishes that on garden walls and stuff that would improve the look. We don't have to have beautiful buildings, but they need some of the buildings that we have at the moment aren't beautiful, but we need them. We need new builds to fit the vernacular that we've got already. That's the important thing. Thank you.
You're on silent, Chair.
It's going to happen at one point today, wasn't it? Ed, can you please just cover off the points that have just been made, and then we'll take it to a vote. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If I go back to Councillor Ingham's comments, I think at the start, I think, as Councillor House said, this policy isn't intended to address things like the exceptional designs in the countryside, the sort of grand designs of this world. That does still exist, and thinking about it, we may well need another policy to cover that. But that still exists in government guidance, and I would see that as separate from this policy. This is more of a sort of overarching design policy. There shouldn't be a need to cover off every eventuality, because the plan will be read as a whole. So things like restrictions in AONBs and green wedges, etc., will exist elsewhere in this plan and need to be read in conjunction with this policy. I think if we start repeating ourselves, we end up with a constant repeat of those sorts of restrictions in almost every policy, and then the plan becomes even longer and more challenging to go through than it already is. So I think we just have to accept the principle that the plan has to be read as a whole, and all of these policies have an interaction with each other. I think Councillor Hayward makes a good point about standard house types. Certainly the government is trying to move away from standard house types with a lot of the guidance that they have issued in recent times. I fear they will always be standardised to some degree, but there is a need to obviously ensure that they reflect the local vernacular and local materials as much as possible, even if they are just a sort of adaptation on a basic floor plate or something like that, and we need to work to achieve that. I think there are ways of means of doing that. I think I brought a report earlier in the year to members about design guides and design codes, and I think the view was taken that really there was probably little merit in trying to do a district-wide design guide, because the district is such a diverse area in terms of architecture and materials, and what we need to do, and I think it stems through this plan, is do site-specific master planning and design coding for certainly the larger scale allocations coming through this plan, to ensure that we've got that level of detail and we're very clear with developers from the outset what we expect to see on that particular site, down to those sorts of details around the materials to be used, specific architectural features and characters that we look to be incorporated into that development. And I would see that as the main means to do that, rather than through a policy like this, which is intended to be quite a sort of overarching policy to be applied through the planning application process primarily. I'd also point out that we're doing things like trying to encourage small and medium-sized builders back into the market by potentially allocating some smaller sites that are more accessible and available to them, and they are generally the local builders that deliver something of that's more locally distinct, shall we say, in terms of quality and design. So it's not just about the design guidance, it's also about who's delivering and encouraging small, medium-sized builders, self and custom builders, who tend to be delivering the better quality and more reflective of the local vernacular. The other thing I was going to pick up on was Councillor Davis' comments about the word beautiful. We've really just carried that over from government guidance that seems to like using that word quite extensively. I'm not precious about it if members don't want us using that word. I think it's very subjective as a term as to what is beautiful. We've really just carried it over from government guidance, so happy to change the name of the chapter, which I think is the main place where that word is used, if members wish. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. Can we just take a straw poll on 59 now, please? So whether you'd like a policy or not.
Okay, Chair, the committee are in favour of option A.
Thank you very much. So we then move on to 60, which is development management policy, amenity of future occupiers. Again, it's just option of do we have a policy or not? Do we have any comments to make, or are we happy to go to a vote? Councillor Rickson, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. In the first bullet point, it says new dwellings meet nationally described space standards. Well, we have some of the smallest housing in Europe. Are these space standards the same as have been before, or have they been improved?
They're the national guided ones that you can find online. Councillor Hayward, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bullet point 3, Councillor Howe touched on earlier the issue of how wording can make a difference. Appropriate external amenity space. So that's complete. I think I saw Faithful touch on this. That's completely subjective. Some modern developments that I think we've all seen have such small amounts of amenity space outside. It's barely big enough, you know, to put a paving slab down. And I think, again, if we want to be bold as a local planning authority, then less sort of words that are open to abuse and open to interpretation, and some clarity and some defined standards simply. And I appreciate that not everyone wants a garden, that not everyone needs a garden, but whole developments with postage stamp sized gardens is not good for future generations. You know, we're trying to get kids and families outside. Their amenity is forcing them inside. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hayward. I'm sure Ed will tighten up that wording. Councillor Lawrence, welcome to the meeting. I know you've been sat patiently throughout the whole.
Oh, I've been here all day, Chair. Yeah, just bullet point 1. I just wanted to point out new dwellings meet nationally described space standards. Should that be prescribed?
I'm not a linguist.
I think it's proscribed.
Is it?
I think it's prescribed. I agree with Richard.
Yeah, I don't think it could be described, can it?
Councillor
Anyway,
Davey, as the English teacher, can you clear this up? Councillor Davies being awfully quiet now.
If I can help, Chair, it is described. I've just Googled it to check. It's nationally described space standards.
Sorry, apologies then. I'll keep my mouth shut. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Ed. Councillor Howe, back to you, please.
Yeah, and I'm going to probably disagree with everybody on this one, and please hear me out and let me see. I have no problem with setting these nationally described space standards. There is a but, though, because there are many examples of highly designed small homes that are below those described space standards, but they're innovative, they're brilliant, and they're not necessarily in this country, which is part of the issue. You go to Amsterdam, they've got some amazing small spaces as well as other places. So I would like us to be able to be flexible where flexibility is needed, where a high designed property that fits a small space could still be possible, but only where it is really well designed. And then we come to this external amenity space, and I fully agree with the sentiment Councillor Hayward is making. But I'm sitting here thinking, it's the wording of the external amenity space, isn't it? And we need to be careful of what we mean by that. If you're a block of flats, how can you have amenity space? You need bike storage, we get that. You need bin storage, we get that, and everything else. But you need access to, maybe it's got to be public open amenity space, not just your own garden. We need to think laterally sometimes, you know, and make sure we understand what we're saying for people, because there are many properties, like if we, for the heck of us, decided to completely redo the Magnolia Centre in Exmouth and put 500 to 1,000 homes above those shops, which would be wonderful, we would struggle to give proper individual amenity space to those flats, but they would be on a public realm. And you get where I'm coming from, and it's just making sure we're accurate and we provide for everybody across the piece in the best way possible, and that everyone has access to open space. It's just making sure it's appropriate open space in the right place and location and for the right reasons. So I'm sorry if I sound a bit, but I hope you've got my gist. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Agreeing strongly with Councillor Howe there, and just turning it into a question just for information, really. I wonder if Ed knows, and he may well not, when it says new dwellings meet nationally described space standards, and if, as Councillor Howe is describing, these sort of more pod-like, things that obviously aren't really ideal for most of our area, but are possible for some areas, particularly for, urgent housing need, do they have those new forms of housing, do they have nationally described measurements already under the existing MPPF? Is that there for the micro homes?
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, they don't. There's not that I'm aware of. Are there specific standards for sort of micro homes and pods and things? Often they're more, have shared facilities and things like that, so wouldn't necessarily fall into this in terms of being separate dwellings. I'm just looking at the nationally described space standards, and for one person dwelling on a single story, it's saying 39 square meters, which is still pretty small. I think there is some flex within them, but I guess the other point I'd make with any of these policies is members through planning committee still have the right to make a decision contrary to policy and say that there are exceptional other material circumstances to justify departing from policy. We don't necessarily have to write that into every policy. That is part of the legislation. I would suggest in terms of this issue, it's best to have a very clear, definitive and robust policy, and then if there are the odd occasional departure from that, then that's up to the will of planning committee to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pratt, over to you, please.
Sorry, Chair, that shouldn't have been there.
No problem, Councillor Pratt. Councillor Ingham, please.
Thanks, Chair. Based on what Ed just said there, I think everyone agrees that we have to be black and white on this. And the problem is, if we don't get it right now, we'll get more of the same. And I'm sure some of you will agree that, there's the recent catchphrase, oh, nobody likes big gardens anymore. That's not it. Developers don't like giving over land to gardens when they get more houses on them. That's why. And so I think this open space, which Mike was talking about, is really important. You can have really small dwellings, but as long as you have a decent frontage of shared landscape going along beside the road, then you have the net effect of that open space, greenery, and a place where children want to be outside. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Councillor Young, you're coming in again.
Yeah, sorry, it's me again. Discussing about open spaces and play parks and people to freely walk and stuff. Remember that street scene might have to take care of that, or else it's going to be through a management company of the estate. And some of these small developments wouldn't have the volume to be able to support that. So there are a number of issues with open spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Right, let's take this to a vote now. So if you are in favour of the policy, please vote yes. If you're against and wish for there to be no policy, please vote no.
That's in support of the policy.
Thank you very much, Wendy. So 61, housing density and efficient use of land. Again, it's a yes yes or no, really, is do we agree with the policy, or do we wish for there not to be a set minimum density standard? Councillor Davey, please.
Yeah, I'm a little bit uncomfortable about this one because, to my mind, a lot of developments are too dense, and it seems to me that they should provide a lot more green space. Just leading on from what we've just been talking about, I think that I'm a bit uncomfortable prescribing a minimum standard for that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that we're not allowing for more open space to be provided.
Thank you very much, Councillor David. Councillor Bonetta, we'll come to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, I am tending to agree with Councillor Davey here. I'm just reading, obviously, the paragraph 11.8 in the report itself and the justification, which talks about minimum density standards for town centres and other locations well served by public transport. I think that is key here. If we're looking at minimum density standards, those have got to be the sorts of places we're looking at, not, for example, in the far-reaching suburbs. And I think, actually, arguably, you've probably got to look at maximum density standards as well in certain areas. I'm personally, when I think of this, I personally think of the Hayne Lane estate in Honiton, which is a good 25, 30 minutes walk from the centre of town. But you've got flat blocks and apartment blocks going in, you've got houses packed in like nobody's business in that estate. I think there are some issues there when you think about sort of density standards in that sort of setting. Town centres, absolutely. We need to make sure that we maximise those spaces and make those as efficient as possible. It does become more difficult when you go to areas that do not have the services. So I think we do need to be careful when we talk about that. Thank you.
I think the point of this policy is just to say that obviously it's, for instance, in a town centre, we wouldn't put a single 4-bedroom house if there was a large piece of land. We'd utilise the land to its best effect. Likewise, if it was in the middle of the countryside, we wouldn't then just plonk 200 houses in the middle of open countryside. It's about effective use of land and appropriate densities. And it's just, I think it's the wording more than anything that's causing a bit of confusion here. Councillor Faithful, we'll come to you next.
Was already on. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this issue with, I think it goes back to the previous subject of amenity land and this density. We get so much of the time people buying a house with a garden, and either they want to flog off the spare garden to put another house in, or they want to have a bigger house. They start off with a nicely proportioned, maybe a bungalow or something, demolish the bungalow and build this zonking great thing that takes up the entire garden. So there's no garden left for the children to play in because it's worth more and they can flog it on for a better price. Is there going to be anything to say, well, no, we won't accept this sort of, we need to have right proportions between house and garden and not just keep on putting extensions and whatever until you've got a little patio, a 3-car garage and driveway, and that's about your lot, because you can flog it on for £500,000 or £1 million or something silly. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Peter. Councillor Howard, we'll come to you next, please.
Thank you. I think we need to, I think you were right, Chair, in summing up the wording is not brilliant of this policy. But the fundamental still stands that if we carry on developing, in low density, then we've got to have a bigger land take every 10 years or every 5 years when we come through to review our local plan. Now, I can remember when joining this council many years ago now, and really am getting old for this, And I can remember the land take for development was estimated at 1%. Now, a number of years ago, I was told the land take of built form was now 2%. We had put 100% on the built form of land in a number of years. We cannot go on at that rate, but we still have to provide the housing that is demanded, quite rightly, by our residents. So we need to be imaginative, and this needs to be there. We have to, in our town centres, particularly in large conurbations, we need to make sure land use is used correctly to particularly drive business into our towns and keep our towns viable. So I'm fully supportive of this, although the wording isn't brilliant, because obviously you get out into the countryside in our AOMBs or other villages, and you need to be a lot more careful with what you're developing. But at the same time, I stand by the fact, if we're going to carry on developing houses at this rate that is needed in our communities, then we have to do it in a way that doesn't keep taking so many fields off our farmers. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howell. We'll take that to a vote now then. So members are in favour of the policy, please vote yes. If you wish for there to be no policy, please vote no.
Members are in support of the policy.
The last development management policy for this part is the display of advertisements. It is a simple question of, do you wish for there to be a policy or not? There's no questions. Councillor Howe, you wish to? You're on mute, afraid.
I said no questions. Let's just vote for it and say yes.
Councillor Allen?
Yes, I back that.
Thank you. So can we take that to a vote, please? Yes or no?
Committee have voted yes.
Thank you very much. So move on to chapter 12. We've got...
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Allen?
Procedure Part 4, 11C. I wish to change the order in which we're doing this and come back to chapter 2 and ask you to consider the proposed policy which I put in.
We have 15 minutes left, Councillor Allen. I think it'd be better to save for another meeting.
That proposal is on the table. If you don't want to take it, Chairman, that's an abrogation of procedure.
But no, it's up to the chairman on how they take the agenda, Councillor. So we carry on with chapter 12. It's prioritising sustainable travel and providing transport and communications facilities we need. So the policy 63 is walking, cycling and public transport. That's on page 286, with the option B on 288 and option C on 289. Does anyone have any comments? Councillor Young.
I was just going to have a mince pie then. So yeah, I like the policy. I would like to see it expanded. Loads of communities could easily be connected by cycleways and extra footpaths, and I would love to see that. I experienced problems when I was in Milton Keynes that footpaths and cycleways were not liked by people, especially at night, because they were separate from the roadway and they were not very well lit, and a lot of people feared from being coshed on the head and stuff in these dark places at night. So we need to make sure that any cycleways and footpaths are not sort of enclosed with loads of bushes and trees, and people fear for going down these dark alleys at strange times of night. But certainly, no, I like the policy, and some of the footpaths proposed, some of the cycleways proposed are really great, but I'd like to see an expansion of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Davey, over to you, please.
Well, that's Milton Keynes for you, Councillor Young. I mean, I happily cycle along the estuary trail in the pitch dark, and I don't fear for my life. No, I think it's a fair point. And I do like well-lit footpaths and well-lit cycle paths. I think they're safer for a whole range of reasons. I'm totally in support of this. I just want to make sure that other policies in our plan do not conflict with this, because we absolutely have to prioritise active travel for all developments and for just the way we are going to get around in future. So I'm totally in support of having a policy on this.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Davey. Councillor Faithful, we come to you next, please. Councillor Faithful? Okay, we will go to Councillor Howe next, please.
Thank you. I'm trying to read this and I'm failing to understand this, so I would like some guidance, Mr. Freeman. In particular, my one concern is require bus priority measures. Now, in theory, I have no problem against this. I just want to know whether it's on new developments or across the piece. And I use those words carefully because where I sit in my ward, Devon County Council came up with the balmy idea of taking one of 2 lanes of traffic away from the M5 roundabout at junction 30, Sandigate roundabout, and making one of them a bus lane for a bus an hour or bus every half hour. So making the already considerable congestion on our roads even worse. So I just need to be careful about what we're proposing and how we're proposing it here. Cycling, everything else, absolutely. We've got to get segregated and everything else. But putting bus priority measures in where they don't change a damn thing, and in fact make the situation worse for people, just for the sake of saying we've done something for buses, doesn't work, and we just need to be careful about how that's implemented and done. So I just would like some clarity from Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. We'll come to Mr. Freeman at the end. Councillor Bailey, we come to you next, please.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm just conscious that you're about to close the meeting very soon. Can I just ask you, Councillor Ledger, following on from Councillor Allen's point, can you give some reassurance that we will be given the opportunity to discuss specifically Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 at the start of the next meeting, please?
We'll be going through each chapter in line, and everyone will get an opportunity to discuss every single chapter in the local plan. That's the plan. It's not going to be
another 30, aren't there, following on from this one?
13.
13.
Yeah.
I thought it went up to number 90.
No, so it goes up to chapter 17, and then restarts obviously going through. So
will we start with
we're on chapter 12 now. We're going to go through. The more time we spend on this, the less time we're going to spend. But we're on chapter 12. We're going to go all the way through to chapter 17 and then start from the start. And basically that will have policy informing the actual sites. So Councillor Allen, we come to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. This policy is very interesting because it effectively halts any development to the either side of Honiton. Now that is a problem because where else do you go? You can't go into the AONB and you can't go into the Otter River. So I think that the policy needs modification because it's not workable. And the 20-minute neighbourhood idea is absolutely right for new developments, but it doesn't say that they're of any size. So any new development is in this category. And if you build another extension to the industrial estate, it's already outside the idea of this 20-minute neighbourhood. And then if you bring in some of the other proposals, they're outside the 20-minute neighbourhood for Honiton. I think that we need to be very clear that we're talking about either a brand new estate or some other form of development. Otherwise, this won't work for Honiton. It will simply demolish any expansion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. Councillor Faithful, will try and come to you again, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that, microphone problems. As a user of public transport, a regular user of public transport, I was on a journey recently. I'm regularly the only passenger on the bus. And I went on a journey and I went from Honiton to Axminster. For the entire length of the journey, I was the only passenger. We need to not just have public transport available, we need to have a policy of ways of getting people to use it. Otherwise, we will lose the public transport. We've got empty buses going all around the countryside, costing bus companies money, and it's no wonder they're struggling to keep the drivers because they haven't got any passengers to go on the buses. So we really need to encourage people to use the public transport, not just have it available. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Faithful. Councillor Bonetta, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just coming in slightly off the back of Councillor Allen mentioning Honiton there. I agree in parts with him, actually, that there are dangers with it. I reference the Hayne Lane estate once again because it is out of town. It is out of town. It is accessed through the other side of the industrial estate, even though it is directly adjacent to another housing estate, residential estate. There's no throughfare except through on foot, and you can't even get through on a mobility scooter, which I think is it's quite ridiculous. But hey, I think it goes hand in hand with the second priority of this policy, talking about obviously buses and public transport, which I know Councillor Faithful has just mentioned. I think he's completely right in that we do need to incentivise public transport in certain ways, but also looking to other places with other schemes that are in place. Honiton has a massive problem with really short cart journeys because of the fact that the further out parts of the town are quite far away from the town centre, and also a lot of the places are quite difficult to get to, not by car. There are a lot of really short car journeys. I think one of the ways that we can counter this is by using the car to our advantage, having a co-car scheme like they do in Exeter, for example. And I think that is one way that we can look at it. That is still a scheme of public transport, cars that are shared, and you can also obviously use electric vehicles for this. I think that is one way to go to fixing the Honiton issue. But overall, I'm massively in support of a 20-minute neighbourhood. Walking, cycling, public transport need to be incentivised in everything, in everything to do with the new development in terms of location and access. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonetta. So let's take that to a vote now. You've got options A, B or C. If we could please vote now.
Okay, Chair, the majority of the committee has gone for option A.
Thank you very much. I think at that point it's time to adjourn the meeting. We've gotten through a little bit of business. I think everyone would have hoped we've got through a bit more, but we'll reconvene hopefully in the new year we'll set another date and get everyone back. So that brings our meeting to an end. I'd like to thank everyone, including members of the public, for their attendance. Members, can I remind you that until the Democratic Service team confirm that the live streaming and recording has stopped, you can still be seen and heard, and any comments may be recorded.
Thanks,
thank
Chair.
you all for your attendance today.
Thanks, Chair. Can it be in week 1, please, the next meeting, if possible?